Chapter 545. Inheritance Ownership Tingong Sect, Jade Pool Immortal Park, Windsword Sect, Barbarian Mountain Sect, and Carefree Manor. The names of the 5 inheritances appeared in the golden words in the air. 5 drooling auras were continuously emitted from the 5 stone statues. Needless to say, the 10 people present knew that the strength of these 5 inheritances was far beyond their imagination. These inheritances carried the strength of an ancient sect. As long as one had the ability and opportunity to pass through the trial stages, all the resources in the inheritance would belong to one person. One person could obtain all the accumulated resources of a sect. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how great of an opportunity this was. Not only did the inheritances contain an enormous amount of resources, but they also contained a great deal of cultivation experience. These cultivation experiences were perhaps even more important than resources to cultivators. Just think about it. If a cultivator tried to cultivate by himself, he would eventually encounter an insurmountable bottleneck. Some cultivators might even be stuck at a bottleneck for the rest of their lives. This bottleneck was not something that could be solved with sufficient resources. The cultivation experiences of the ancient sects were extremely rich. There were experiences on how to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns, as well as some taboos for ascension. With these experiences, cultivators would undoubtedly be able to take fewer detours. One had to know that each level of the martial way was more profound than the last. Perhaps it was easy to break through the illusory yin and corporeal yang realms in the early stages. But once one reached the ultimate emperor realm, the difficulty of breaking through was unimaginable. The difficulty of ascending from the ultimate emperor realm to the level of 4 sovereigns was even more terrifying. It was perhaps even more difficult than the entire level of the ultimate emperor realm. This was also why in the vast Muqin County, only Lunan Tian had reached the level of 4 sovereigns. The master of the meteorite, Marquis Baichuan, Marquis Yongsheng, and the sect master of the Imperial Sword Sect were all stuck at the level of 9 sovereigns for hundreds of years. They were still unable to advance. This actually showed how difficult it was to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. The ancient inheritances contained the experiences of countless cultivators, as well as some taboos and pointers. It was because of these experiences that cultivators would be able to take fewer detours to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. It would also become much easier to ascend to the level of 4 sovereigns. Therefore, this kind of experience that could help martial artists break through bottlenecks was the most precious thing in the inheritance. The surroundings were filled with a strange silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard as the 10 of them stared solemnly at the 5 stone statues in front of them. This strange silence did not last for long. LVE Tao, who was the strongest, suddenly moved. LVE Tao looked regretfully at the blood demon legacy in front of him. Then, he stomped his foot and transformed into a stream of light. In the next moment, LVE Tao was already standing on the back of the middle-aged man's stone statue with his hands behind his back. He leaned over and looked at the remaining 9 people below. His indifferent voice slowly sounded, "Tiangang's sect. I LVE Tao want it. Which one of you wants to compete with me?" When LVE Tao said this, the 9 people below, including Zhuowen, all revealed bitter smiles. LVE Tao's strength was already at the ultimate 5-wheel emperor realm. With this kind of strength, even if the 9 of them worked together, they might not be a match for LVE Tao. Even Zhuowen was far inferior to the current LVE Tao. Of course, if he used the bronze coffin and summoned the puppet by Lin, he might be able to fight against LVE Tao. However, Zhuowen's target was not the 5 ancient inheritances in front of him. Instead, it was the blood demon legacy in front of him. Naturally, he could not go out and provoke LVE Tao. Seeing that the other 9 people below did not move, the corners of LVE Tao's mouth curved slightly. After sweeping his gaze across the others, it finally stopped on Zhuowen. Seeing that Zhuowen was a little absent-minded, a trace of surprise appeared on LVE Tao's face. Among the 9 people below, LVE Tao paid the most attention to Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had broken his undefeated legend on Zhongling Mountain and even broke the final record of Zhongling Mountain. That was why he paid so much attention to Zhuowen. Originally, he thought that Zhuowen might come out and compete with him after he chose the most powerful inheritance. However, the reality disappointed him. Not only did Zhuowen not come out, he was even absent-minded. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Looking at him, it seems like he is not interested in the 5 ancient inheritances at all. Muttering in a low voice, LV Tao became more and more puzzled. Zhuowen's unusual attitude could not help but attract his attention. Since LV Tao had the Tiangang sect, the other 9 people did not have the slightest objection. After a while, Luo Xing's jade-like feet gently pushed off the ground and flew towards another Heaven Stage sect, the Jade Pool Immortal Park, like a fluttering butterfly. Luo Xing, I'm afraid that you might not be able to enjoy the second Heaven Stage sect's inheritance. Zhu Qi, whose eyes were scarlet, revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. The sword finger on his right hand pointed at the void. Immediately, a huge blood-red sword that was a few hundred feet long descended from the void and violently blasted towards Luo Xing in the air. As the former number 2 genius of Muqin County, an existence that was only inferior to LVE Tao, Zhu Qi was very displeased with Luo Xing, who had risen in recent years and surpassed him in fame to become the new number 2 genius of Muqin County. In his opinion, Luo Xing's strength was not weak, but he might not be much stronger than him. In his opinion, the number 2 genius of Muqin County did not live up to his name. Zhu Qi, I know that you are extremely displeased that I have stolen the title of number 2 genius from you. However, I can clearly tell you that I, Luo Xing, did not ascend to such a high position because of the flattery of outsiders. Luo Xing, who was in the air, raised her head slightly and stared at the huge blood-red sword descending from the void. A cold glint flashed through her beautiful eyes. At this moment, it was time for her to properly display her true strength to prevent Zhu Qi from provoking her all the time. With a wave of her hand, countless hazy starlight immediately burst out from Luo Xing's sleeve, forming a huge spiral nebula in the void. At the same time, a powerful aura that caused the sky to change color violently surged out from Luo Xing's seemingly small body. The air within a radius of several hundred kilometers became restless at this moment. The peak of the ultimate 4-wheel Emperor stage. Zhu Qi's pupils shrank to the size of needles the moment this aura burst out from Luo Xing's body. He could not help but cry out in alarm. Shock appeared on the faces of the surrounding people as well. They had never imagined that Luo Xing had concealed her strength so deeply and that her strength had actually reached such a profound level. After all, Luo Xing herself was extremely mysterious. She had only risen to fame in a few years. Although many people regarded her as the strongest person below LVE Tao, no one knew Luo Xing's exact cultivation level. They only knew that she had reached the ultimate 4-wheel Emperor stage. However, Luo Xing's sudden display of strength at the peak of the ultimate 4-wheel Emperor stage naturally shocked many people present. Boom, boom, boom. The huge spiral nebula was like the most powerful meat grinder in the world. The huge blood-red sword in the void slammed into the center of the nebula and was directly torn to shreds by the powerful tearing force within. Zhu Qi grunted when the blood-red sword was destroyed. He could not help but take a few steps back. He stared at Luo Xing, who stood high on the stone statue, with some fear in his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy. Zhu Qi, if you are still unconvinced, you can come up and compete with me for the inheritance of the Jade Pool Immortal Park. Luo Xing stood gracefully on the stone statue's shoulder and looked down at Zhu Qi with her beautiful eyes. Her clear voice slowly reverberated like a lark's. Zhu Qi snorted coldly, but did not move at all. Although his strength had reached the intermediate 4-wheel Emperor stage, he was still 2 small realms away from the peak 4-wheel Emperor stage. If Luo Xing had been at the advanced 4-wheel Emperor stage, he would have had the confidence to compete with her. However, Luo Xing had reached the peak of the ultimate 4-wheel Emperor stage. The strength of a peak four-wheel Emperor stage expert was not something he could contend against right now. Oomph. Luo Xing, you've concealed your strength quite well. You've actually reached the peak of the ultimate four-wheel Emperor stage without anyone noticing. Since you have such strength, I won't compete with you. With that, Zhu Qi's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and directly climbed onto the stone statue of the Wind Sword sect. He was an expert of the sword, so choosing the Wind Sword sect was naturally the most appropriate choice. After Zhu Qi made his choice, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian looked at each other and made their own choices. Qin Batian naturally chose the Barbarian Mountain sect stone statue, while Su Tianliang chose the carefree manor. Whoosh! However, just as Su Tianliang was about to approach the stone statue of a youth holding a folding fan, the sound of something breaking through the wind suddenly rang out from behind him. Fierce gusts of wind shot out in all directions like countless hidden weapons. Su Tianliang also noticed the strange situation behind him. He frowned slightly and twisted his waist. He actually used a strange posture to forcefully adjust his direction, just barely dodging the hidden weapon that was shooting towards him from behind. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, and the sound of something breaking through the air swept past Su Tianliang's ears. A black shadow shot directly into the chest of the young man, holding a folding fan in front of him. Sparks flew in all directions, and it was directly nailed to the chest of the stone statue. Only then did Su Tianliang notice that the thing that had shot towards him from behind was actually a ferocious-looking bone spear. He also recognized this bone spear. It was called the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear, and it was Zhuowen's weapon. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you actually dare to sneak attack me from behind. After thoroughly recognizing the bone spear, the veins on Su Tianliang's forehead suddenly popped out. He did not expect that before he could find trouble with Zhuowen, this brat would actually dare to sneak attack him from behind. This instantly caused Su Tianliang to fly into a rage. Gently tapping the air, Su Tianliang's cold gaze shifted downwards and landed on the crowd below. He wanted to see who exactly gave this Zhuowen the courage to openly provoke him. However, what caused him to be stunned was that there was not even the slightest trace of Zhuowen's figure in the crowd below. Following which, another sound of something breaking through the wind rang out from behind him, and a clear voice rang out beside his ears. Su Tianliang, are you looking for me? No need to look, I'm right behind you. Narrowing his eyes, Su Tianliang suddenly tilted his head, only to see Zhuowen's entire body covered in a golden glow. A fist grew larger and larger in his eyes, directly smashing into his chest. Pucci, Chapter 546. Against Su Tianliang rumble. An earth-shattering tremor resounded across the land. Soon after, everyone was stunned as they discovered that Su Tianliang had been miserably smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit that was several meters deep. Shifting their gazes upwards, everyone's gazes landed on the figure that had landed on the young man's statue as shock filled their eyes. They never imagined that Su Tianliang would be knocked to the ground by Zhuowen right from the start. From the looks of it, he did not even have the strength to resist. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, and Qin Batian on the other four stone statues were also astonished as they looked towards Zhuowen, who was standing on the Carefree Manor stone statue. They never expected that Zhuowen would actually suddenly take action. What was even more inconceivable was that Su Tianliang, one of the 5 super geniuses, was actually unable to dodge Zhuowen's attack. Instead, he was directly knocked to the ground, cutting an extremely sorry figure. Zhuowen's strength has increased again. Luo Xing's cherry lips slightly parted as she softly muttered. Lve Tao, who had been indifferent all this while, stared at Zhuowen with a hint of fighting spirit in the depths of his eyes. The stronger Zhuowen's performance was, the higher his expectations of the latter would be. Unknowingly, he had already regarded Zhuowen as his true opponent. On the other hand, Qin Batian's expression was extremely complicated. His strength was not much different from Su Tianliang's. He knew that if he had exchanged places with Su Tianliang, his situation would not have been any better than Su Tianliang's. The pupils of Zhu Qi, who was wearing blood-red clothes and carrying a blood-red sword on his back, shrunk slightly. His gaze was filled with coldness as he stared at Zhuo Wen. Clearly, Zhuo Wen's performance had exceeded his expectations. Su Tianliang is not so easy to deal with. Zhu Qi coldly snorted but did not take any action. He was very clear about Su Tianliang's strength. If not for Zhuo Wen's surprise attack, Su Tianliang would not have ended up in such a sorry state. However, since Zhuo Wen was able to succeed in his sneak attack, his strength should not be too weak. Let these two guys fight for a round first. Even if Su Tianliang is defeated, Zhuo Wen will probably be exhausted. When the time comes, I only need to make a slight move, and that little bastard Zhuo Wen won't be able to escape the fate of death. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as he silently calculated in his heart. Since Zhuo Wen had already clashed with Su Tianliang, he would naturally not foolishly charge forward. He would first sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, he might even be able to reap the benefits. Zhuo Wen, you little bastard, you actually dared to sneak attack me. Boom! The ground cracked, and within the deep pit, an aura continuously swelled like a wave. Dust was suddenly torn apart, revealing a faintly discernible figure. Su Tianliang's face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his gaze was extremely gloomy as he stared at Zhuo Wen, who was holding a spear with both hands on the stone statue. His heart was filled with astonishment. Even though Zhuo Wen had launched a sneak attack on him, he had secretly used the strength within his body to defend himself at the last moment. However, he had still been hit by Zhuo Wen's punch until his blood boiled, and he ended up in such a sorry state. Zhuo Wen's strength was not at the initial stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. He was at least at the advanced stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. No wonder this little bastard dared to provoke me. It turns out that his strength is not weak. However, today, I will completely cripple you. With this thought in mind, Su Tianliang suddenly took a step forward. An even more powerful aura surged out like a hurricane. The strength of his aura had reached the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage. It looks like Su Tianliang is truly furious. He has actually revealed his aura without holding back. Zhuo Wen is probably in for it. The few people left on the ground all shook their heads and sighed inwardly when they sensed Su Tianliang's powerful aura. Even a sliver of worry appeared on Qing Lian's pretty face. After all, Su Tianliang was one of the 5 super geniuses. His strength was one of the best in the entire Muqing County. Although Zhuo Wen's talent was astonishing, he was still not very strong. It would be a little difficult for him to go up against Su Tianliang. However, Ling Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps others did not know Zhuo Wen's true strength, but she had personally experienced Zhuo Wen's great strength. Back in the Falling Star sect, the figure that had instantly killed the bald youth and shattered the restriction outside the spatial stone tablet was still vivid in her mind. That figure gradually overlapped with the spear-wielding figure on the stone statue in her mind. Ling Wushuang knew that the unlucky one in this battle would not be Zhuo Wen. Instead, it might be Su Tianliang. When Su Tianliang unleashed the aura of a peak Ultimate Emperor without holding back, the faces of the other 4 super geniuses on the stone statue changed. Zhuo Wen is in for it. Zhu Qi licked his lips and smiled cruelly. Lve Tao and Luo Xing were calm as they silently watched Zhuo Wen and Su Tianliang face off in the distance. Lve Tao's sharp eyes revealed a sliver of anticipation. He wanted to see if Zhuo Wen could be Su Tianliang's opponent. If Zhuo Wen was not even as strong as Su Tianliang, then perhaps he had overestimated Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen was not worthy of his attention. Zhuo Wen stood proudly on the stone statue. He lowered his head and quietly stared at Su Tianliang, whose aura surged like the sea. There was not the slightest change in Zhuo Wen's eyes, only the usual calmness. It was as if the aura that erupted from Su Tianliang was nothing in his eyes. Su Tianliang, since I dare to challenge you, it's not because I'm arrogant, but because... As he spoke, Zhuo Wen suddenly stomped his foot, and an aura that was vast like the sea and was practically not inferior to Su Tianliang similarly shot out explosively from Zhuo Wen's body. The air behind him even started to boil and roil, forming numerous terrifying gales. "It's because I already have the strength to challenge you." As soon as he said that, Zhuo Wen's aura reached its peak, instantly suppressing the aura released by Su Tianliang. Everyone present was shocked. A peak ultimate emperor? To think that Zhuo Wen also possesses such strength. No wonder Zhuo Wen dares to challenge Su Tianliang. Below the stone statue, with the exception of Ling Wushuang, the faces of the others were filled with shock. Evidently, the aura that Zhuo Wen had suddenly displayed had truly shocked them. They also knew that the reason why Zhuo Wen dared to provoke Su Tianliang was not because he was arrogant, but because he had solid strength. The other 4 super geniuses on the stone statues were also visibly moved. Clearly, they had not expected Zhuo Wen to advance so quickly. After all, Zhuo Wen had only just passed the tribulation of heaven and earth when he was at Zhongling Mountain, and had reached the ultimate emperor stage not too long ago. He had actually advanced by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time, reaching the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. Such speed was truly terrifying. The indifferent LV Yitao nodded slightly, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes were complicated, Zhu Qi's expression was gloomy, and Qin Baishan's face was filled with shock. The 4 of them had different expressions. When Su Tianliang sensed that Zhuo Wen's aura was not weaker than his own, his face twitched. Clearly, he was also shocked by Zhuo Wen's cultivation speed, and his face became extremely gloomy. "Humph! No wonder you were able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Your potential is indeed terrifying, but if you want to defeat me, perhaps you're still not qualified." Su Tianliang's expression became extremely solemn. With a cold snort, he stepped on the void and instantly reached the other end of the stone statue. At the same time, his right hand pointed at the void behind him. Countless primordial chi condensed in the void, and the world was boiling. Underworld shadow finger. One finger shakes the heavens and earth. Rip! A crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a giant black finger that was hundreds of feet long swept out from the crack. It was like a huge mountain and directly descended on the forest. For a moment, the world changed color. It seems that Su Tianliang has felt the threat from Zhuo Wen. He actually used the most powerful forbidden technique of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion, the Underworld Shadow Finger. On the other 4 stone statues, LV Tao and the other 3 were astonished after seeing Su Tianliang use such a terrifying forbidden technique as the Dark Shadow Finger right from the start. Rumble. The giant black finger that was hundreds of feet long, like a mountain, slowly descended above Zhuo Wen's head. Wherever it passed, the space was completely shattered into powder, forming black holes. Looking at the giant black finger in the sky, Zhuo Wen's gaze was extremely calm. Back in the dark forest, he was still fleeing pathetically under Su Tianliang's pursuit. But now, he had unknowingly made Su Tianliang feel a great threat. I'm afraid that the first move of the Underworld Shadow Finger is not enough. The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth were filled with a sneer. He suddenly tightened his grip on the dragon scale tyrannical bone spear, and the spear was tilted from top to bottom. His right foot was in front of him, and the tip of his foot was pushed forward. An incomparably powerful aura swept out. At this moment, it was as if Zhuo Wen and the dragon scale tyrannical bone spear had become one. Advance, and the dragon will regret. Retreat, and the vine will grow. Ascending dragon style, break for me. As soon as these words came out, a giant dragon head that was hundreds of feet long descended from the void behind Zhuo Wen. Its aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the giant black finger above Su Tianliang. Boom, boom, boom. In just an instant, the giant black finger and the giant dragon head collided with a loud bang. Monstrous waves of explosions rang out incessantly, and boundless waves of air rolled out. With the 2 of them at the epicenter, the space within a few hundred-mile radius completely collapsed at this moment. The four super geniuses on the other stone statues that were closest to them all used their own defensive techniques and easily blocked the ripples that surged after this. However, Ling Wushuang and the other three below the stone statues were in a much more miserable state. They continuously retreated, and only after retreating a few hundred steps did they barely manage to withstand the powerful ripples that swept over. Slightly raising their heads, they stared at the two figures standing at the center of the explosion with terrified expressions. They had never imagined that the battle between Su Tianliang and Zhuowen would actually be so terrifying. They had finally experienced the enormous gap between themselves and such exceptional geniuses. Zhuowen, it's not over yet. Dark Netherfinger's second style. Second finger weeps ghosts and gods. Die. Chapter 547. Three fingers shaking the universe suddenly. Su Tianliang let out a low shout and pointed his second finger at the void behind him. Once again, an even bigger hole was torn open. From that huge hole, a black finger that was nearly 1,000 feet long slowly stretched out. The strange thing was that the surface of this even larger black finger was actually filled with a dense ink-black fog. Countless ghostly faces were faintly discernible within the fog, while frightening, ear-piercing howls continuously reverberated throughout the area. This was the second move of the Dark Shadow Finger. Second finger weeping ghosts and gods. Zhuowen had seen this move before in the Dark Forest. Its power was indeed extraordinary. At that time, Zhuowen had been put in an extremely difficult position by this move. However, things were different now. In the face of this gigantic finger filled with ghostly howls, Zhuowen's expression was calm. Whoosh! A cold glint arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. Crouching dragon, come. Zhuowen's right hand tightened around the spear's hilt. The spear's momentum didn't change. He suddenly swung the bone spear and immediately executed the second move of the tyrannical dragon-scale spear, the crouching dragon. Instantly, a dragon's roar filled the sky. A huge coiling dragon slowly appeared with Zhuowen at its center. Zhuowen could even see the sinister dragon scales on the coiling dragon's body. Under the reflection of the light, they appeared dazzling and glaring. The crouching dragon was the only defensive move of the tyrannical dragon scale, spear's 4 moves. Previously, Zhuowen had relied on this move to forcefully withstand the combined attacks of 30 to 40 cultivators. The second move of the Dark Shadow Finger was indeed terrifying, but the crouching dragon that Zhuowen executed wasn't weak either. The gigantic finger instantly slammed into the coiled dragon. Countless balls of light continuously exploded. The coiled dragon roared at the sky. There were faint signs of collapse on its surface, but it still managed to hold on in the end. The second move of the Dark Shadow Finger had been barely resisted by the crouching dragon. What? This little bastard actually managed to block it? Su Tianliang's pupils shrank as a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to be able to block the second move of the Dark Nether Finger. After all, the second move of the Dark Nether Finger was much more powerful than the first move. It was enough to threaten a peak 3-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although Zhuowen was barely able to resist the attack, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Su Tianyang, prepare to die. With a shake of the bone spear, the broken coiling dragon around him suddenly turned into countless motes of light. At some point, 2 pairs of massive thunder wings had appeared on Zhuowen's back. With a single step, he turned into an illusory shadow of thunder. With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen arrived in front of Su Tianliang in an instant. He swung the long spear in his hand, and with a terrifying whistling sound, it pierced towards Su Tianliang's glabella. Su Tianliang coldly snorted. He patted his chinquin bag and took out 2 long black sabers. He slashed the 2 sabers in front of his chest and immediately blocked the bone spear that was thrusting towards him. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as crisp sounds rang out continuously. Zhuowen and Su Tianliang had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. The sound of metal clashing against metal was ear-piercing and clear. Their speed had practically reached the limit. They were so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch them. Only the sparks from the collision of their weapons could barely be seen. So fast. I really didn't expect their battle to cause such a huge commotion. Below the stone statue, Ling Wushuang and the rest stared blankly at the battle scene in the air. Sparks flew and black shadows danced wildly. Even with their cultivation level, they were actually unable to capture any signs of the battle between the two. They knew that the battle between the two of them had already exceeded the scope of their factions. If any one of them went up, they would be defeated within a few moves. They might even lose their lives. The eyes of the other 4 super geniuses on the remaining 4 stone statues narrowed. Their expressions were focused on the 2 people who were continuously exchanging blows in the air. With their strength, they were naturally able to clearly capture the trajectory and situation of the exchange between the two. However, what caused them to be somewhat astonished was that Su Tianliang was actually at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Zhuowen was becoming more and more ferocious. Moreover, a rich golden glow faintly emitted from his body. What was even stranger was that the more intense the golden glow emitted from Zhuowen's body became, the more powerful his strength became. On the other hand, Su Tianliang was becoming more and more strenuous. Su Tianliang is about to be defeated. Lve Tao's eyes were like torches as his calm voice slowly sounded out. With his strength and insight, he could instantly tell that Su Tianliang was about to be defeated. In a few moves, Su Tianliang would likely be completely defeated. When Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, and Qin Batian heard this, a complicated expression surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that Su Tianliang, who was one of the 5 super geniuses along with them, would actually be defeated by Zhuowen, a brat who was initially unknown. This brat's growth is too fast. There must be some secret on his body. Perhaps he might have obtained some benefits at the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Such a secret must be in my hands. Seeing that Su Tianliang had fallen into a disadvantage, Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. The depths of his eyes were unknowingly filled with dense, killing intent. He was very clear that Zhuowen's cultivation speed was very likely related to the peak of Zhongling Mountain. If he was able to obtain the secret on the former's body, perhaps his cultivation speed would also soar. He would definitely be able to surpass Luo Xing, who was suppressing him. When he thought of himself being able to surpass the arrogant Luo Xing, a trace of perverted pleasure flashed across Zhu Qi's eyes. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen was filled with even more hope and desire. Clang! Another exchange occurred. Instantly, countless sparks flew as strength chi swirled in the air. Countless cyclones enveloped the 2 figures. With a muffled groan, a figure suddenly flew out. Everyone looked over and was shocked to discover that the figure that flew out was none other than Su Tianliang. At this moment, Su Tianliang looked exhausted. His hair was in a mess, his face was sinister, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was devoid of blood, and he retreated a few hundred steps in the air. He stomped his feet in the air and barely managed to stop his body from retreating. This Zhuowen, how did he become so strong? At this moment, Su Tianliang's hands that were holding onto the 2 black blades were trembling slightly. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked and blood flowed endlessly. Just now, he had exchanged many blows with Zhuowen. Every time they collided, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his weapon, causing his hands to feel numb. Moreover, as the golden light in Zhuowen's body became more vigorous, the pressure also became heavier. During the battle, Zhuowen's strength was constantly increasing. It was not the strength of Yuan Li, but a type of pure physical strength. Obviously, Zhuowen had cultivated an extremely terrifying body refining technique. Su Tianliang was actually repelled. Could it be that Zhuowen's strength is so strong that even Su Tianliang is no match for him? When Ling Wushuang and the others below the stone statue saw Su Tianliang's miserable appearance, they all revealed shocked expressions. In the sky, Zhuowen gently flicked his finger on the tip of the spear. A clear and melodious buzzing sound slowly reverberated across this stretch of the world. Soon after, Zhuan raised his head slightly. His gaze was indifferent as he looked towards Su Tianliang, who was a short distance away. Su Tianliang, now, I'm no longer that small fry who was chased by you in the dark forest and had to flee in a sorry state. Today, your life, I, Zhuan, will be taking it. An indifferent voice slowly spread out from Zhuan's mouth, following which Zhuan fiercely stomped his foot. Lightning shot out, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Su Tianliang. The long spear in his right hand flicked, bringing with it a swift and fierce wind as it unscrupulously swept out. Kill me? Zhuan, you're not qualified. At this moment, Su Tianliang's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. However, after looking at the aggressive Zhuan in front of him, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. At this moment, Su Tianliang straightened his spine and stomped his foot once again. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, following which Su Tianliang pointed his finger once again. Instantly, countless auras gathered and the heavens and the earth changed color. I really didn't expect that you would be able to force me to use the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. This is the most powerful finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. Zhuan, if you die under this finger in the end, you can be proud. Su Tianliang's sinister voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Yuan Qi, within a few thousand miles, frantically gathered in the void behind Su Tianliang, directly transforming into a huge spiral-shaped black hole. Rip! The sound of glass shattering rang out. The black hole actually shattered into fine powder. A huge black finger that was tens of thousands of feet long slowly descended from the shattered void like a monstrous black dragon. At this moment, Su Tianliang was surrounded by black qi. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with malevolence. He had personally experienced the terror of the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. This move could already threaten an ultimate four-wheel emperor. Zhuan in front of him was only at the peak of the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. Therefore, in his opinion, Zhuan was doomed under the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. Third move of the Dark Shadow Finger. 3 fingers shake the universe. Under the huge finger, Su Tianliang's voice rang out word by word. When the last word was uttered, his right finger suddenly swung downwards. Instantly, the huge finger covered the sky as it fell towards Zhuan. When Su Tianliang used the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, and Qin Batian were all shocked. The Dark Shadow Finger was a famous forbidden technique of the Baichuan marquis residents. Naturally, they knew it like the back of their hands. The Dark Shadow Finger had a total of 3 moves, and each move was more terrifying than the last. The power of the third move, in particular, had completely reached the level of collapsing heaven and earth and shattering mountains and rivers. Furthermore, Su Tianliang had only grasped the basics of the third finger. He hadn't mastered it at all. Although the power displayed by the third finger was impressive, the backlash was extremely terrifying. Su Tianliang had clearly been forced into a corner by Zhuan, which was why he had used the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger in the end. Zhuan, you must die now. You forced me to use the third finger of the Dark Shadow Finger. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest easy. At this moment, Su Tianliang's face was as pale as snow as he glared at Zhuan below. Chapter 548. Four-color lotus, the huge black finger in the sky, posed too much of a threat to Zhuan. Therefore, Zhuan didn't dare be careless. He immediately took out the only 4 types of earth flames in his body. The cyan 3000 green lotus flame, the blue 9 heavens thunder flame, the star-filled star flame, and the strange blood flame. 4 different colored earth flames surrounded Zhuan in layers, causing the temperature of the air to soar to an unimaginable level. Earth fire? And 4 types of earth fire at that? Ling Wushuang and the others also felt the sudden increase in temperature around them. When they saw the 4 different colored earth fires around Zhuan's body, their expressions became very interesting. One had to know that earth flames were extremely rare and terrifying. Being able to encounter one type of earth flame was already a great fortune. However, Zhuan had actually brought out 4 types of earth flames at once. This caused them to be inexplicably shocked. Even LV, Yitao, Luo Xing, and the other 3 people on the stone statues were moved when they saw the 4 types of earth fires around Zhuowen. It's said that Zhuowen's talent and mental strength is even more terrifying than his martial arts. But no matter how terrifying it is, isn't it a little too abnormal to be able to control 4 types of earth fire at once? Qin Batian, who had remained silent all this while, had his mouth agape, unable to conceal the shock on his face. 4 types of earth fire is indeed terrifying. However, compared to Su Tianliang's 3rd dark underworld finger, the difference is not just a little. Even if this Zhuowen releases 4 types of earth fire, it is still impossible for him to block that 10,000 feet long giant finger. However, Zhu Qi shook his head. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, no matter what, Zhuowen would not be able to escape death. In his heart, he was already planning on how to snatch the Qinquan bag from Zhuowen's waist as soon as possible after Zhuowen's death. He was very curious. What was the secret behind Zhuowen's cultivation speed? And what kind of benefits did he obtain from Zhongling Mountain? I don't think so. For Zhuowen to be able to suppress Su Tianliang to such an extent, I'm afraid that he also has a powerful trump card. This 3rd dark underworld finger might not be able to kill Zhuowen. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. The feeling that Zhuowen gave her had always been as hazy and mysterious as a veil. She naturally did not believe that Zhuowen would be defeated by Su Tianliang just like that. Could it be that the number 1 beauty of our prefecture is interested in a brat like Zhuowen who stinks of milk? It seems that your taste is quite unique. You actually like this kind of gigolo? Seeing that it was Luo Xing who spoke, Zhu Qi grinned, his words full of sarcasm. Although Luo Xing was indeed stronger than him, he was still not convinced of Luo Xing's strength, so his words were not polite at all. Luo Xing indifferently glanced at Zhu Qi and indifferently said, "The number 1 genius of the Imperial Sword Sect is only a so-so. All you could do is talk big. If you're not convinced of my strength, we can see the real deal." Hearing this, Zhu Qi's face twitched. Luo Xing's strength was much higher than his. If he were to fight with Luo Xing, needless to say, it would be a one-sided battle. Therefore, Zhu Qi immediately fell silent. He was really afraid that Luo Xing would fly into a rage out of humiliation and attack him. Seeing that Zhu Qi did not speak, a trace of disdain flashed across Luo Xing's beautiful eyes. She shook her head and did not want to argue with Zhu Qi. "Ha. Zhuowen, I never thought that you would have 4 types of earth fire on you. However, even if you have 4 types of earth fire, their power is not enough to threaten the 3rd dark underworld finger. You should just obediently accept your death." Su Tianliang laughed loudly as he looked at Zhuowen with an attitude of looking at a dead man. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Su Tianliang's provocation. Instead, he silently operated the secret spirit skill fire melting art that he had obtained from the tattered cloth. At that time, he was already able to use the fire melting art to fuse 3 types of refining flames. However, the process of fusing 4 types of refining flames was extremely difficult and terrifying. Moreover, with the strength of his body at that time, it was really difficult for him to withstand the backlash of the 4 types of refining flames. Therefore, Zhuowen had not successfully fused 4 types of refining flames until now. However, since the trip to Zhongling Mountain, Zhuowen had unknowingly cultivated the nirvana of the Great Sun to the entry level. All 365 acupuncture points in his body had been opened. The strength of his body was much stronger than before. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of the backlash of the 4 types of refining flames. At this moment, he wanted to see just how powerful the 4 types of refining flames were. Would it be able to withstand the 3rd dark underworld finger? Whoosh! A vast mind power that was as vast as the sea instantly swept out from Zhuowen's Naiwan Palace. Then, layer upon layer, it gently enveloped the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen and began the process of fusing the 4 types of refining flames. The current Zhuowen whether it was his mind power or the strength of his body, was much stronger than before. Therefore, it did not take much time for him to control his mind power to fuse the 4 types of refining flames. He succeeded in one go. Boom! The moment the 4 types of refining flames were fused, the surrounding temperature soared again. Ling Wushuang and the others, who were hundreds of meters away, could vaguely feel the heat. They could not help but stare at Zhuowen's figure in amazement. At this moment, the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen's body had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by 4 types of strange flames that flickered alternately. This strange flame was like a fire python that twined around Zhuowen's body. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This flame? Did Zhuowen fuse the 4 types of refining flames together to create a new type of flame? When everyone saw the 4 types of refining flames around Zhuowen, their eyes revealed a trace of astonishment and shock. They did not expect that Zhuowen had the ability to fuse the 4 types of refining flames together to form an even more powerful flame. How'd this guy do it? It's time to test the power of the refining flames. Raising his head, Zhuowen directly faced the huge finger. With a wave of his right hand, the 4-colored refining flames turned into a huge sea of fire and swept towards the huge finger in the sky. Su Tianliang clearly saw Zhuowen's actions below, especially when he saw Zhuo when fusing 4 types of earth fire to form a 4-colored refining flame. He actually felt a trace of threat from the 4-colored refining flame. The fusion of 4 types of refining flames? Looks like this is your final trump card. Then I'll crush this trump card of yours. Su Tianliang shouted in a low voice. His extended finger slowly fell. The huge finger finally blasted on the refining flames that soared into the sky. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering noises rang out continuously. The surrounding space collapsed and collapsed. Countless cyclones were densely packed together and squeezed the surrounding space. What shocked everyone was that the sea of fire formed by the terrifying refining flames actually completely blocked the huge finger. For a moment, the sea of fire and the huge finger were in a silent stalemate in the air. No one was willing to give way to the other. Blocked? The refining flames created by Zhuowen are actually so powerful? Even the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was blocked? Su Tianliang's pupils shrank. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. A trace of madness appeared on his face. The other onlookers were also stunned by this scene. They all knew how terrifying the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was, but even such a terrifying move was blocked by the refining flames. Compared to the shock of the others, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of a smile. The power of the refining flames was beyond his expectations. The 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger was already powerful enough to threaten a 4-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert, but the refining flames were able to block such an attack. Obviously, the refining flame's power was on par with the 3rd finger of the dark shadow finger. Impossible! Zhuowen, you little bastard, die! Su Tianliang shouted loudly. Looking at the blocked dark underworld finger, his eyes had already become incomparably red. Forcefully enduring the backlash in his body, his right finger once again pointed at the void. The first move of the dark shadow finger. 1 finger shocks heaven and earth. The second move of the dark shadow finger. 2 fingers weeping ghosts and gods. Break, break, break. As soon as he shouted, 2 more huge fingers appeared in the void. These 2 huge fingers were much smaller than the refining flames, but their power was still not to be underestimated. Pucci. After continuously using the first 2 moves of the dark shadow finger, Su Tianliang was finally unable to suppress the backlash in his body. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out, and his entire body became incomparably weak. This time, you must kill this little bastard Zhuowen. In the void, the 3 huge fingers stood side by side, and their power suddenly increased by several times. In an instant, they suppressed the refining flames. Suddenly, the endless sea of fire was forced to retreat. It seemed that it did not have enough strength and was on the verge of collapse. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He did not expect Su Tianliang to be so difficult to deal with. His eyes flashed. He knew that he would need to use the ice fire holy symbol to create the four-colored lotus flower to completely suppress the three huge fingers in the void. Zhuowen, let's see what other moves you have to block the third finger of the Dark Shadow finger. You are dead. Although Su Tianliang had become extremely weak, he laughed proudly as if Zhuowen had already died in front of him. Die. It's not me who should die, it's you. Zhuowen shook his head. Immediately, the two talismans on the back of his hands lit up. Immediately, a chilling Arctic frost burst out from the holy symbol and rushed directly into the void, above the refining flames that were retreating. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the inexplicable blue Arctic chi began to gradually merge with the refining flames the moment it touched them. The fusion did not take long. In just 5 breaths, the four-colored flames had completely disappeared. What replaced? It was a huge four-colored lotus flower that was about to bloom. It floated quietly in the void. At this time, the 3 huge fingers came one after another and blasted on the four-colored lotus flower. Then, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the void, the lotus flower slowly bloomed, forming a different scene above the void. The originally aggressive 3 huge fingers, 2 of which were relatively weaker, were directly blasted into powder by the explosive power. On the other hand, the 100,000 feet large finger had become extremely tattered and dim. Clearly, it was no longer a threat. Chapter 549. Green Binding Jade, token from the time the 3 underworld fingers were broken to Su Tianliang vomiting blood and flying backwards. It was only a blink of an eye. Before many people could even react, Su Tianliang had already been completely defeated. Su Tianliang was actually defeated? Su Tianliang had even used the 3rd finger of the underworld fingers, but he was still defeated. On the Wind Sword Sect stone statue, Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes were tightly fixed on Su Tianliang's figure as he flew backwards. A trace of shock finally surfaced on his cold face. Zhuowen's cultivation was clearly similar to Su Tianliang's, but he had actually crushed Su Tianliang in the end. This had truly caused everyone's jaws to drop. Lve Tao, Qin Batian, and Luo Xing's faces finally revealed expressions of shock. As for Ling Wushuang and the rest below the stone statue, they were all dumbfounded. They also did not expect that Su Tianliang would be defeated in the end. Su Tianliang, die. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. His feet suddenly stomped, and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning as he instantly appeared above Su Tianliang. His right hand grasped the spear's handle, and the bone spear instantly turned into a streak of light as it shot towards Su Tianliang's chest. Su Tianliang's face was extremely ugly. He also did not expect that he would actually be defeated and in such an ugly manner. However, when Su Tianliang, who was in the air, saw the bone spear and Zhuowen approaching, a trace of a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. His smile grew wider, and in the end, he laughed heartily. Zhuowen, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but your ending is still death. Amidst his laughter, Su Tianliang had unknowingly taken out a brilliant jade token from his sleeve. The surface of the jade token emitted a faint fluorescent light. However, when Zhuowen saw the jade token in Su Tianliang's hand, a strong sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. This sense of danger was so strong that it spread to every corner of his body. Although he did not know what the jade token was, he knew that he could not allow Su Tianliang to activate it. Die! With a low shout, Zhuowen's bone spear accelerated several times in the air. It was only a few inches away from Su Tianliang's chest. In just half a breath's time, the cold spear tip will be able to pierce through Su Tianliang's heart. However, just as the bone spear was about to pierce Su Tianliang's chest, Su Tianliang suddenly crushed the jade tablet. Immediately, a monstrous green light burst out in all directions. A terrifying surging force heavily bombarded the bone spear. Boom! Boom! The powerful force caused Zhuowen to retreat several hundred meters, before he could barely stop himself. He raised his head slightly and looked at the intense green light in front of him in shock. Green binding jade token, bind the world. A sinister voice slowly reverberated from the dazzling green light. Immediately, the green light exploded and turned into countless green threads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense green threads were like locusts that covered the sky and the earth as they swept towards Zhuowen. In just an instant, Zhuowen's 4 limbs were entangled by the dense green threads, and he could not move at all. Brother Zhu, what are you waiting for? I know that you have been looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. I have created it for you now. Hurry up and kill that little bastard Zhuowen. The moment Zhuowen was entangled by the countless green threads, Su Tianliang's slightly hurried voice immediately rang out in his mind. Clearly, Su Tianliang had secretly transmitted a message to Zhu Qi. Hearing this, Zhu Qi revealed a brilliant smile. At the same time, he was shocked that Su Tianliang actually had a treasure like the green binding jade token on him. The green binding jade token was a single-use, top-notch grade 4 origin array. Once the green binding jade token was activated, the strange power contained within it would turn into countless thin threads and wrap around the enemy in layers. What was even more amazing was that if an ultimate Emperor Realm expert was bound by the power of the green binding jade token, it would be very difficult for him to break free. In the end, he would only be at the mercy of others. It seems that Su Tianliang is very determined to kill Zhuowen. I will fulfill Su Tianliang's wish. When the time comes, I will also take Zhuowen's Chinquin bag. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as a trace of complacency appeared on his face. He knew that as long as he directly killed Zhuowen and snatched the Chinquin bag from him, Su Tianliang would not dare to compete with him. As for Lve Tao and Luo Xing, they simply disdained to use this kind of killing and snatching tactic. Thus, the Cosmos sack on Zhuowen's body would definitely be his. As long as he killed Zhuowen, he would be able to easily obtain it. Zhuowen, I, Zhu Qi, will take all of your resources and secrets. You can go on your way with peace of mind. As Zhu Qi muttered in his heart, he suddenly made his move. His hands formed a sword seal, and the blood-red longsword on his back immediately let out a long whistle. With a clang, it was directly unsheathed. Waves of terrifying bloody smell spread throughout the entire space. 10 steps, 1 person, sea of blood-red swords. Zhu Qi's right hand pointed to the sky, and the unsheathed blood-red sword split into 2, then into 4, forming countless blood-red sword phantoms. For a moment, the entire sky was enveloped by the phantoms of blood-red swords and turned into an endless sea of blood. Zhuowen, die. Zhu Qi's expression was extremely cold. With a light wave of his sword finger pointing to the sky, a sea of countless blood swords, like a bloody storm, directly enveloped Zhuowen, who was bound by countless green threads not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen was completely unaware that Zhu Qi's killing move was gradually brewing. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the dense green threads around his body. Although these green threads looked thin and weak, their hardness greatly exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. No matter how he struggled, he could not break these strange green threads around him. What are these things? Why are they so hard? Feeling the binding feeling from his limbs, Zhuowen frowned. He did not expect Su Tianliang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Caught off guard, he was directly bound by the green binding jade token. Kid, these green threads are extremely hard. They're not something you can undo right now. Let me try. Suddenly, Xiao He spoke in his mind. Soon after, Zhuowen felt a chill between his eyebrows. A dense, ink-black energy swept out from between his eyebrows and shot onto the green threads around his body. Sizzle. The sound of something burning slowly rang out. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised to find that this ink-black energy could actually directly corrode the strange green threads around him. However, the speed was not very fast. I only need 10 breaths of time to break these green threads on your body. I hope that Su Tianliang will not use any powerful moves to attack you during this period of time. You should know that the current you has no power to resist. If you are attacked, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Xiaohei spoke with a grave expression as she looked down at the green threads on Zhuowen's body. This should be Su Tianliang's last resort. After all, he forcefully used 3 underworld Yin fingers and suffered an extremely strong backlash. With his current strength, I'm afraid that even Ling Wushuang and the others are no match for him. Su Tianliang is no longer a threat. Zhuowen shook his head as his gaze converged on Su Tianliang, who was on the ground in the distance. At this moment, Su Tianliang was panting and his face was as pale as snow. His clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. The injuries on his body were probably much more serious than Zhuowen's. How could he possibly have the ability to attack Zhuowen? Yes. In that case, don't worry. The green threads on your body will soon be removed. You should try to be careful. The others are not good people. They might attack you. Xiaohei nodded and began to concentrate on dealing with the green threads on Zhuowen's body. She became silent. Rumble. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the void. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw that Zhu Qi had unsheathed the blood sword on his back and formed a huge sea of blood swords in the void. At this moment, Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes coldly glanced at Zhuowen. His sword finger pointed to the sky, and suddenly, the boundless sea of blood swords directly descended on Zhuowen's head. Zhu Qi, that son of a bitch, actually launched a sneak attack at this time. Looking at the sea of blood swords in the void that was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's forehead could not help but break out in cold sweat. Now that he was entangled by the green threads, he could not move at all. He could not use any of the treasures in his Chinquan bag. Zhu Qi's sea of blood swords was obviously a terrifying killing move. Although Zhuowen's physical strength was unparalleled in the world, if he were to face such a terrifying attack head-on, even Zhuowen would not be able to withstand it. Zhu Qi's sudden attack was not expected by anyone. Even Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qin Batian were stunned when they saw the sea of blood swords in the void. Not good. Zhu Qi actually made a move. Zhuowen is now tied up and unable to move. If he is hit by this attack, he will definitely die. Below, Qing Lian and Ling Wushuang's beautiful faces were filled with anger and worry. They did not expect Zhu Qi to be so despicable. Of all times, he chose to attack Zhuowen at this time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhuowen and hit him while he was down. Huh, Zhuowen, I said that you will definitely die. The power of Zhu Qi's sea of blood swords is not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Moreover, you can't even use any defensive measures, so you will definitely die. At this moment, Su Tianliang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He knew that when Zhu Qi used the sea of blood swords, Zhuowen's fate was already sealed. Rumble. In just an instant, the huge sea of blood swords completely submerged Zhuowen, who was entangled by the green threads. At this moment, Zhuowen's figure also completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhu Qi, you actually attacked Zhuowen? This battle clearly belongs to Zhuowen and Su Tianliang. Why did you interfere? Luo Xing, who was on the stone statue, finally spoke. At this moment, her voice was extremely cold. Chapter 550. Vast Sea of Blood Swords, Luo Xing. Aren't you meddling a little too much? What does it have to do with you that I am dealing with Zhuowen? Don't tell me that Zhuowen is from your Jade Lady, Celestial Court? Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes shifted slightly as he looked indifferently at Luo Xing, who was standing on a stone statue in the Jade Pool Celestial Court. Even though Luo Xing was indeed much stronger than him, it was very unlikely that Luo Xing would be able to kill him if they really fought. With Luo Xing's character, it was impossible for him to stand against the Imperial Sword School because of Zhuowen. Luo Xing's face froze when she saw Zhu Qi's reaction. Zhu Qi was right. Zhuowen was not from the Jade Lady, Celestial Court. She was just meddling in other people's business. Qin Batian and Lve Tao fell into a rare silence. Lve Tao's expression was as calm as water, but his slightly furrowed brows showed that he was not very calm. Lve Tao felt that Zhuowen was not simple. He was afraid that he would not die like this. As for the outcome, they would only know after the sea of blood swords disappeared. When the sea of blood swords completely engulfed Zhuowen, Zhuowen let out a low roar and instantly opened the 360 apertures in his body. Countless golden veins almost covered his entire body, making him look like a golden ancient Buddha. Kid, be careful. In 5 breaths, the restraints on your body will be completely removed. At this moment, Xiao Hei's expression became extremely solemn. She did not expect Zhu Qi, who had not made any moves before, to suddenly attack without warning. Immediately, Zhuowen was in such a predicament. At this moment, Zhuowen could not even move. He could only forcefully open the 365 apertures of the great Nirvana sun and rely on his strong physical body to resist the erosion of the sea of blood swords. Clang! Clang! Zhuowen's body was indeed tough. When the phantoms of the blood-red swords landed on his body, they did not cause him much damage. However, since he could not move, he could only passively become a living target. As a result, countless phantoms of the blood-red swords gathered on his body in an instant. Clang! 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 Why are there so many clang? Clang! 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 There seemed to be no end to the bloody sword phantoms around him, ceaselessly bombarding Zhuowen's body. Occasionally, sparks would fly in all directions. Although they were unable to break through Zhuowen's body, the recoil from each strike would cause Zhuowen's blood to boil and damage his internal organs. Clang! 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 Are you done? Clang! 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 You'll be done soon, Xiao Hei. Clang! 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 Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen focused all of his attention on the meridians around his body. When the blood sword shadow gathered at a certain spot, he tried his best to control where the golden meridians were spread out to minimize the damage to himself. Clang! 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 Immediately, Zhuowen's eyes shone with a blazing golden light. At this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely sorry state. Countless terrifying wounds had cracked open on his powerful body, and a river of blood had practically formed beneath his feet. Fortunately, he possessed the recovery ability of the Underworld King's heart, so he was not so weak that he could not move. Clang! 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 Zhuowen's eyelids twitched slightly. The storm of blood swords that had caused him to be in such a sorry state was actually so easily blocked by the bronze coffin. This was truly somewhat inconceivable to Zhuowen. Clang! 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 However, Zhuowen shook his head as a bitter smile surfaced from the corners of his mouth. It should be known that the number of heavenly soul treasures in Muqin County could be counted with one hand. In the entire Muqin County, it was likely that only the 5 super factions possessed one. Moreover, it was very likely that there was only one. Even a dignified superpower only had one heaven-ranked spirit treasure, yet Zhuowen alone possessed such a treasure. It would be strange if others didn't covet it. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Zhuowen did not intend to reveal the existence of the bronze coffin unless he had no other choice. Brat, you're quite considerate. Blackie nodded his head in admiration when he heard this. It's time to go out now. Su Tianyang and that Zhu Qi, it's time for me to settle old scores with them. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. He took a step forward and slammed his palm on the edge of the sea of blood. Instantly, the entire sea of blood shook and collapsed. At this moment, the rest of the people outside the blood sea were staring at it. Everyone was waiting for the blood sea to disappear. What was Zhuowen's situation like? Of course, all of them knew that it was very likely that Zhuowen would be doomed this time. After all, Zhuowen was restrained by the green binding jade token and was utterly unable to move. Coupled with the terrifying might of the oceanic blood sword, he was simply a living target. Under such a desperate situation, no one believed that Zhuowen could survive. At this moment, Su Tianliang had already returned to the stone statue of the carefree manor. Although he had suffered extremely serious injuries in the battle with Zhuowen and his strength had dropped to the point where he was even weaker than Ling Wushuang, he was still the #1 genius of the carefree manor. However, he was the #1 genius of the House of Marquis of Baichuan after all. Although Ling Wushuang and the others could seize Su Tianliang's inheritance, they did not dare to offend Su Tianliang and the House of Marquis of Baichuan behind him. Therefore, they could only watch as Su Tianliang once again ascended the stone statue of Carefree Manor. Brother Su, you said that Zhuowen's Qinkuan bag would belong to me. When the blood sea disappears, Brother Su, please don't snatch it from me. Just as Su Tianliang returned to the stone statue, Zhu Qi's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Su Tianliang's face immediately turned ugly, and he began to curse Zhu Qi in his heart. At the beginning, he was the one fighting with Zhuowen. Zhu Qi did not contribute at all. Even after he was defeated, Zhu Qi did not have the slightest intention of helping. If it were not for the green binding jade token, Zhu Qi would not have cared about his life or death. He had risked his life to force Zhuowen into such a desperate situation. This Zhu Qi had only used one move and wanted to take all the benefits. This Zhu Qi was too shameless. However, Su Tianliang also knew that at this moment, he was seriously injured, and he had already used up his trump card. He was not Zhu Qi's opponent at all. Even if he did not agree, Zhu Qi would still snatch it from him. It was better to do him a favor now. Thinking of this, Su Tianliang smiled and said, Brother Zhu, what are you talking about? The one who killed Zhuowen is you. The little bastard's Qinkuan bag naturally belongs to you. Huh, since Brother Su has said so, then I won't decline this responsibility. Zhu Qi flattered rather hypocritically. Hearing Zhu Qi's words, Su Tianliang had already begun to curse in his heart. He even secretly cursed Zhu Qi's 18 generations of ancestors. Kacha. Chapter 551. Challenging Zhu Qiwen. This figure finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The entire place immediately descended into a strange silence, after which numerous gazes involuntarily gathered on this figure. The figure's clothes were ragged, and his body was covered in golden light. His exposed skin was covered in terrifying golden veins. Other than that, there were also many terrifying wounds that continuously flowed with golden blood. However, these wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swoosh! A piercing sound suddenly burst out. The moment the figure that was suffused with golden light appeared, the huge bone spear in his hand was suddenly thrown out. It turned into a thin black lightning bolt and directly rushed towards Su Tianliang, who was on the stone statue of the Carefree Manor. At this moment, Su Tianliang also felt the terrifying piercing sound. When he saw that the piercing sound was rushing towards him, a shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that the thing that was rushing towards him was Zhuowen's weapon, the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear. Damn it! Dodge it! Su Tianliang's body was extremely weak. He knew that he could not dodge the extremely fast bone spear. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and directly moved his body to avoid being hit in his vital parts. Plop! An arrow of blood spurted out. Su Tianliang's shoulder was directly pierced by the bone spear. The powerful force instantly propelled him backwards. In the end, he was nailed to a rock wall not far away. His entire body was suspended in the air, and his posture was extremely miserable. Zhuowen, you're actually not dead. Su Tianliang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles as he looked at the figure suffused with golden light below. A trace of fear finally appeared on his face. He really could not understand. Zhuowen's limbs were clearly bound by the green binding jade token, and he was unable to move at all. Furthermore, he was directly hit by Zhuowen's ocean of blood sword. No matter how he looked at it, it was a hopeless situation where he would definitely die. How exactly did Zhuowen survive? At this moment, the others finally recovered their wits. Their eyes were filled with dense shock as they looked at Zhuowen, whose entire body was covered in golden light. Even Lve Tao, who had an indifferent expression, involuntarily revealed a trace of emotion on his face. He was well aware of the power of the azure, binding jade, token, and oceanic bloodsword. If he had been bound by these two powerful attacks, he would have been in quite a bit of trouble. However, Zhuowen wasn't a five-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He wasn't even a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Yet he had been able to break through that desperate situation. This Zhuowen was truly extraordinary. This is getting more and more interesting. What other secrets does Zhuowen have? Lve Tao's gaze focused on Zhuowen's body, and a trace of fighting spirit involuntarily rose in his heart. This Zhuowen was indeed, as his intuition had guessed, he was not simple. Amongst them, the one who was most shocked was Zhu Qi, who was carrying the blood sword on his back. He could not understand how Zhuowen had managed to survive in such a hopeless situation, and even break the ocean of blood swords. Su Tianyang, today, no one can save you. Go to hell. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely cold. The feeling of being bound and unable to move had made Zhuowen feel the taste of death for the first time. He knew that if his body wasn't strong enough, he really would have died there. When he thought of this, Zhuowen's killing intent towards Su Tianliang grew even stronger. With a stomp of his foot, countless bolts of lightning shot out. Zhuowen instantly shot towards Su Tianliang, who was hanging on a rock wall in the distance. "Ha! What arrogance! Su Tianyang is the first heir of the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. How can he be compared to a lowly commoner like you who was born in a low-level city? Why don't you just stay here?" Zhu Qi sneered from the stone statue of the Wind Sword sect. He waved the sword in his right hand, and immediately countless strands of energy boiled. A huge black hole exploded in the air, and a blood sword several hundred meters long shot out from the black hole. Su Tianyang, who was originally filled with fear, finally calmed down a little when he saw Zhu Qi attack. He believed that with Zhu Qi's strength as a mid-four-wheel Ultimate Emperor, Zhu Qi was more than enough to stop Zhuowen. He might even be able to kill Zhuowen directly. "Zhu Qi, don't be in such a hurry to die. Once I deal with Su Tianliang, it'll be your turn very soon." A cold light flashed through Zhuowen's eyes as he looked at the huge blood sword shooting towards him. Zhu Qi had targeted him time and time again, which had already infuriated Zhuowen. Zhuowen no longer held back his strength. He opened all 365 acupoints in his body. In an instant, the golden light around Zhuowen reached its peak, making him seem like a miniature sun. Boom! In the face of the huge blood sword descending from the sky, Zhuowen's fist, which was suffused with golden light, tore through the air and directly smashed into the tip of the blood sword. Following that, everyone was shocked to discover that the mighty blood sword shattered into countless pieces under Zhuowen's golden fist. What? Zhu Qi's attack was directly shattered by Zhuowen? How can Zhuowen's physical strength be so terrifying? Qin Batian cried out involuntarily. He had personally seen Zhuowen shatter the huge blood sword with his bare hands. Looks like we've all underestimated Zhuowen. I'm afraid that his strongest point isn't his martial strength or mental strength, but his powerful physical body that he's never revealed before. Lve Tao's expression turned solemn. Since Zhuowen had been able to shatter Zhu Qi's full-powered attack with a single punch, his physical body was probably as strong as a mid-stage four-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator like Zhu Qi. This little bastard's physical body is actually so strong that he could easily shatter Zhu Qi's attack. This Zhuowen has been hiding his strength all this time. Looking at Zhuowen, who was still rushing over, Su Tianliang's face finally revealed a deep fear. This Zhuowen had actually become so strong that it was suffocating him. Damn it, Zhuowen, just you wait. Su Tianliang, won't let this go so easily. Su Tianliang roared with unwillingness. He quickly took out his identity token and formed seal. Immediately, he was sent out of the Yuanqi Tower by a pillar of light. Only a lonely bone spear was left on the stone wall, and Su Tianliang's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Su Tianliang was actually forced by Zhuowen to give up the ancient inheritance and leave the Yuanqi Tower. This fact immediately shocked many people present. As one of the 5 super geniuses, Su Tianliang was actually forced to such a state by an unknown person like Zhuowen. If this news were to be known by outsiders, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At this moment, Zhu Qi's expression was extremely gloomy. Zhuowen's sudden eruption of such a powerful physical strength already made him faintly feel a trace of threat. This Zhuowen had actually hidden his strength so deeply. When he first dealt with Su Tianliang, he didn't even use his full strength. Clang! Pulling out the bone spear from the stone wall, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly. His gaze immediately landed on Zhu Qi, who was on the Windsword Sect's stone statue. With a light leap, he landed on the ground and slowly walked towards the Windsword Sect's stone statue. The tip of the bone spear dragged on the ground, creating countless sparks. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the sound of the tip of the spear rubbing against the ground could be heard. When the crisp sound finally stopped, Zhuowen had already arrived at the foot of the Windsword Sect's stone statue. After which, Zhuowen slightly raised his head and gently raised the bone spear in his hand. The eerily cold tip of the spear silently aimed at Zhu Qi above as he said in a clear voice, "Zhu Qi, if you have the guts, get down here. Otherwise, I will directly blast you off the stone statue." Zhuowen's arrogant voice resounded clearly in the area. No one in the surroundings mocked the arrogance in his words. Instead, there was a trace of anticipation. Everyone knew that the strength that the current Zhuowen had displayed was sufficient to be on par with a genius like Zhuowen. Looking at Zhuowen, who had raised a spear below, Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc as he coldly said, "Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Although your physical body is indeed powerful, you are perhaps still not qualified to challenge me." With that, the blood-red sword on Zhu Qi's back buzzed and directly left its sheath. Grasping the blood-red sword in his right hand, Zhu Qi took a step forward and turned into a blood-red blur as he directly shot toward Zhuowen. A powerful aura surged out, causing the air to become extremely chaotic. Not qualified? You'll only know after you try. Countless streaks of golden light exploded. The Nirvana sun within Zhuowen's body had been unleashed to its limits. Right now, he was only at the peak of the ultimate third wheel emperor realm. He had no chance of victory against Zhu Qi at all. As a result, the only thing that Zhuowen could rely on was the entry-level Nirvana, Sunday, blazing golden light practically dyed the bone spear in Zhuowen's hand into a golden spear. An aura that was no weaker than Zhuowen's also erupted from Zhuowen's body. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, the golden and blood-red colors of the surroundings split into 2 regions. 2 similarly powerful auras radiated with their own light and heat, erupting in the surroundings. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out as the golden and blood-red colors collided. The golden figure of Zhuowen and the blood-red figure of Zhu Qi had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. This time, sparks flew, waves of air surged, and ripples spread out. So fast, the battle between Zhuowen and Zhu Qi is so much stronger than Su Tianliang's. I can't even see their figures clearly. I can't even see a trace of their afterimages. Ling Wushuang and the others were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in the sky that was divided into 2 areas, one gold and one blood red. They could only hear the sounds of the battle, but they could not see the people involved. Even a hint of hot-bloodedness rose in their hearts as they imagined when they would be able to reach the level of Zhuowen and Zhu Qi. This battle that caused the heavens and earth to change color made their blood boil involuntarily. Boom, 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 boom. The golden spear light and the blood-red blur of the blade collided once again in the sky. Immediately, the powerful collision caused the surrounding space to collapse. Gold and blood-red colors practically filled the entire sky. Thump, thump, thump. The golden figure and the blood-red figure both retreated a few hundred meters. Their feet suddenly stepped in midair before they could barely stop themselves. Haha, I really didn't expect that Zhuowen's strength could be so powerful. I, Zhu Qi, have really misjudged you previously. However, as I said before, your strength is not enough to defeat me today. Zhu Qi, who was full of blood-red qi, stared fixedly at Zhuowen in front of him as the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Not enough. Then I should be able to. Zhuowen's face was full of indifference. He stomped his feet, and a wave of mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace. It was the mental energy that had broken through to level 4 upper realm a long time ago. Chapter 552. The Emperor's Wrath. This mental energy is the mental energy of a level 4 advanced mastery. Feeling the powerful mental energy surging out from Zhuowen's body, Zhu Qi's pupils shrank to the extreme as shock filled his face. Although Zhuowen had already revealed his identity as a level 4 Arcana Master back in the Mountain of Trials, Zhuowen's mental strength was only at the level of a level 4 small success. Now, however, Zhuowen's mental strength was much stronger than it was at the Mountain of Trials. This was clearly the power of a level 4 large success. Creek. Level 4 Advanced Mastery Mental Energy? At this moment, no matter how calm LV Tao was, his heart was shaken by the reality before his eyes. One must know that Zhuowen was not even 20 years old. To be able to become a level 4 Arcanist at such a young age was already extremely impressive. Even someone as prideful as LV Tao could not help but admire Zhuowen's talent in mental energy. However, after reaching level 4 Arcanist, the difficulty of advancing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If one did not have good luck and comprehension, it was very likely that one would be stuck for life. However, Zhuowen's mental energy had just reached the level 4 advanced mastery not long ago. Now, he had actually advanced to the level 4 advanced mastery mental energy. Wasn't the speed a little too fast? Not only LV Tao, but Luo Xing, Qin Batian, and the rest also had ugly expressions on their faces. Only now did they realize that Zhuowen's strongest point was not his terrifying physical strength, but his mental energy that had already reached the level 4 advanced mastery. How many trump cards does this Zhuowen have? Why do I feel that this kid's trump cards are endless? Qin Batian smiled bitterly as he stared at the golden figure in the sky with fear in his eyes. He noticed that every single time everyone thought that Zhuowen would fail and perish, this kid would erupt with an extraordinary trump card, and he'd avert danger every single time. It was like this when he faced Su Tianliang, and now it was the same when he faced Zhuowen. At this moment, Qin Batian's heart was filled with reverence towards the small sun-like figure in the sky. He was very clear that if he were to face off against Zhuowen, he would only be defeated in the end. Zhu Qi, whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide. Let's see. Come on, let me see your strongest ability. Otherwise, you will lose without a doubt. At this moment, boundless spiritual power formed a huge spiritual storm around Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen stood in the center of the spiritual storm, the blazing golden light illuminating the surrounding darkness like a lighthouse in the dark night. The powerful aura rolled over and actually caused Zhu Qi to retreat repeatedly. His expression was extremely cold and unsightly. At this moment, Zhuowen was inexplicably shocked. He did not expect Zhuowen to be hiding such a powerful mind force. If Zhuowen was only an initial grade 4 Arcana Master, he would not be afraid at all. However, a peak level 4 Arcana Master was extremely powerful. He was already above the mid-stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Zhu Qi's expression was extremely grave when faced with this powerful pressure. Are you saying that you want to decide the outcome of the battle in one move? Humph. So what if you have level 4 advanced spiritual power? I, Zhu Qi, am not necessarily your opponent. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered. His face was filled with murderous intent. He stomped his foot, and the blood-red longsword in his right hand suddenly appeared. Immediately, an extremely terrifying blood qi emerged around him. This blood qi seemed to be real, and look quite terrifying and sinister. Have a taste of my move. This move is the highest codex of our sword control school. If you can break through my strongest move, then I have nothing to say about my loss. If you can't break it, then you can go die. With a low roar, the blood-red chi around Zhu Qi became extremely dense. Powerful auras spiraled out and swirled in the surroundings. Zhu Qi formed a complicated sword seal with his hands. Immediately, the surrounding blood-red qi began to boil violently, showing signs of condensing. Blood Sword Codex, final move, Emperor's Wrath. A dignified and vast voice suddenly boomed through the surroundings. The space behind Zhu Qi suddenly collapsed, and a huge figure stepped out from the collapsed space. A ferocious aura radiated outwards. This phantom wore a purple-gold crown on its head and a purple-gold dragon robe on its body. It had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and it had a majestic aura. Around its body, there were faint, auspicious clouds rising and dragon shadows shooting in all directions. It was indescribably wonderful, and it was just like the image of a mighty emperor. Zhu Qi roared at the sky as soon as the emperor's figure appeared. The dense blood-red qi in the surroundings actually began to condense, turning into several hundred huge, strange blood-red swords. Countless blood-red dragon silhouettes constantly revolved around the swords. They seemed extremely heavy and boundless. The emperor's figure directly grasped the huge blood-red sword in his hand as soon as it formed. At this moment, a sliver of viciousness appeared on the emperor's handsome face. Terrifying flames of fury burned in his eyes, as if his heart was filled with monstrous fury. Emperor's Wrath, millions of corpses and thousands of miles of blood. The emperor's figure's voice was as vast as the sea as it boomed through the area. Then, the figure, which was like a lofty mountain, suddenly stepped forward. The ground cracked, gravel floated up, and airwaves spread out. Die! Looking down at Zhuowen, who was like an ant, the emperor's figure was furious. The blood-red sword in his hand, which was surrounded by countless dragon silhouettes, tore through the void and shattered the space, and slashed down at Zhuowen's head. It's actually the Blood Sword Codex, the highest codex of the Imperial Sword sect. I never thought that Zhu Qi would use the final move of the Blood Sword Codex, Emperor's Wrath. It seems that Zhu Qi is really going all out. LVE Tao whispered as his eyes flickered. As the supreme codex of a superpower like the ruling Sword Gate, the Blood Sword Codex was a renowned existence in the entire county. Every move contained within it was extremely terrifying, and the final move was called Emperor's Wrath. Its power was the most terrifying. In the past, Zhu Qi had relied on this final move to kill a late-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. From then on, his name had shaken the entire provincial capital, and he had once been known as the Second Genius. However, Luo Xing's rise later on had overshadowed his title as the Second Genius. Zhuowen, you are the third person to force me to use the final move of the Blood Sword Codex. If you die under this move, then you can die without regrets. Zhu Qi stood on the shoulder of the figure and looked down indifferently at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth were full of a victorious smile. After all, he had used this move to kill an advanced four-wheel Emperor Realm martial artist. Although Zhuowen had level 4 advanced mental power, in his opinion, it would be very difficult for him to block the move of the Emperor's Wrath. If he was not careful, he might even die from this move. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was filled with seriousness. Zhu Qi's strongest move, the Emperor's Wrath, was extremely powerful. It actually made him feel threatened. Clang, clang, clang. Taking in a deep breath, Zhuowen suddenly slapped his Qinquan pouch. Immediately, streaks of cold light shot out like the bright moon in the night sky. They were extremely dazzling in the pitch-black night. This was the Ultimate Astral Sword, a 4th grade origin formation. The Ultimate Astral Sword had changed drastically. Both its presence and might were much more powerful than before. Ever since Zhuowen had become a 4th grade arcanist, He had been constantly improving and repairing the ultimate astral sword. In addition, during the few days he had spent in the ancient ruins, Zhuowen had obtained a lot of resources, including a considerable number of sword-shaped spiritual treasures. Moreover, these sword-shaped spiritual treasures were all low earth rank spiritual treasures. Originally, the ultimate astral sword was composed of 108 advanced sword-shaped spiritual treasures. Now, after Zhuowen's continuous improvement and assembly, almost all the advanced spiritual treasures have been replaced by earth-rank spiritual treasures. As a result, the ultimate astral sword was now much more powerful than before. Coupled with Zhuowen's mental strength of the greater fourth grade, he could completely unleash the full power of the ultimate astral sword. As a result, the ultimate astral sword combined with his mental strength was probably even more powerful than his physical strength. The first move of the ultimate astral sword, Flying Sword Slash. The second move, Falling Flower Wave Slash. The third move, Revolving Heaven Sword Dance 9 consecutive moves. The moment he summoned the ultimate astral sword, Zhuowen immediately used the 3 moves contained in the ultimate astral sword. Suddenly, countless sharp sword lights converged above Zhuowen, forming a terrifying sea of sword lights. The surrounding tens of thousands of feet was filled with endless sword light. The sound of metal clashing constantly resounded from the sea of sword light, crisp and ear-piercing. The blood-red sword in the hand of the Emperor's Shadow was extremely fast. It cut through the void and instantly arrived above the sea of sword lights above Zhuowen. The moment the sharp blood sword came into contact with the sea of sword lights, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its speed was greatly reduced, and it even looked a little slow. At the same time, the terrifying aftermath of the collision spread out in the void and shattered countless spatial barriers. The sea of sword lights and the blood sword were in a deadlock. Just break it for me. Seeing that the blood sword was blocked by the sea of sword lights, Zhuowen's scarlet eyes narrowed. He waved his sword, and the Emperor's Shadow's aura suddenly soared. He suddenly swung his sword again, and actually pushed the sea of sword lights back dozens of meters. Zhuowen snorted and could not help but retreat. "Ha! Zhuowen, I said that you can't take the Emperor's wrath. You are indeed strong, but compared to me, you are still far behind." Seeing that Zhuowen directly retreated, Zhu Qi's face suddenly revealed a happy smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He wanted to let Zhuowen clearly understand that the consequences of going against him would be a foolish decision. Thinking of this, Zhu Qi waved his sword again and forced the sea of sword lights back again. It was almost suppressing Zhuowen, and he could not make any extra movements. "Is that so?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curved into a smile. Then, waves of mental energy surged out from his Naiwan palace. Suddenly, the sea of sword lights soared to an extremely terrifying level, and it actually shattered the huge blood sword. Even the Emperor's Shadow in the void faintly showed signs of collapsing. Seeing that the Emperor's wrath was broken, Zhu Qi violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 553. The 2 ancient inheritances left empty when Zhuowen released an even more terrifying mind power. The other onlookers were puzzled. They also found that Zhuowen's mind power had indeed increased a lot, but it was still only at the level of level 4 advanced mastery. Zhuowen actually has more than 1 strand of mind power. It seems that he has at least 100 strands. LVE Tao's observation was much sharper than the others. He instantly saw the abnormality in Zhuowen's body. Just as LVE Tao had said, Zhuowen's mental strength was still at the level of a 4th grade advanced arcanist. However, Zhuowen possessed a terrifying mental strength secret skill, the Myriad Evolution Scripture. This secret skill could transform his mental strength into tens of thousands of strands, and each strand of mental strength was comparable to an arcanist of the same level. After the derivation of Myriad Evolution Scripture, Zhuowen now had nearly 100 strands of mind power in his Naiwan Palace, and each strand was comparable to a level 4 advanced mastery arcanist. If all these strands of mind power were to be released, it would be comparable to the simultaneous attack of nearly 100 level 4 advanced mastery arcanists. If such a huge amount of mind power were to be superimposed, its power was self-evident. The power of the Emperor's wrath that Zhuowen displayed was indeed terrifying. Even though Zhuowen displayed level 4 advanced mastery mind power, he was still suppressed. In the end, Zhuowen was forced to release nearly 100 strands of mind power hidden in his Naiwan palace. Only then was he able to break Zhu Qi's Emperor's wrath. At this moment, Zhu Qi's mouth was spurting blood. He stared at Zhuowen's figure below, which was glowing with golden light. He still could not figure out how Zhuowen broke his Emperor's wrath. Clearly, Zhuowen's mind power was only at the level of level 4 advanced mastery. Zhuowen stood quietly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the sea of sword light in the sky shattered and turned into a stream of sword light. It cut through the void and swept directly toward Zhu Qi, who was flying backward. He did not intend to let Zhu Qi go. If possible, it would be best to kill Zhu Qi here to prevent future troubles. Zhuowen, it's not that easy to kill me. As Zhu Qi flew backward, he could sense the killing intent on Zhuowen's face. His face filled with both shock and anger. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his identity medallion and prepared to flee. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Zhuowen's sharp eyes immediately spotted Zhu Qi, who was in midair and had already silently taken out his identity token. With a stomp of his right foot, the bone spear under his feet immediately floated into the air. Next, he exerted force with his right foot, and the bone spear transformed into a ray of light that accurately swept past Zhu Qi's palm. Dong! In an instant, the identity badge in Zhu Qi's hand was knocked away by the bone spear. Furthermore, under the power of the bone spear, he violently vomited a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Zhu Qi was truly terrified. Looking at the sword light in the sky, this was the first time he felt that death was so close. Damn it! Damn it! Cursing, Zhuowen could only raise his blood-red sword again. He knew that if he didn't resist, he really would die under Zhuowen's sword light. 10 Swords Blood Shield Technique. In midair, Zhu Qi forcefully suppressed the boiling blood in his body. He fiercely twisted his waist, and the blood-red sword in his hand transformed into numerous sword shadows. Suddenly, these sword shadows were like blood-red shields, surrounding Zhuowen in the middle. It looked like an impregnable fortress. The moment Zhu Qi used the 10 Swords Blood Shield technique, the sword light in the sky had already arrived and instantly slammed into the 10 Swords Blood Shield technique. Boom! What made many people dumbfounded was that Zhu Qi, who had used the 10 Swords Blood Shield technique, directly transformed into a blood-red shadow the moment he came into contact with the sword light. He violently slammed into the ground below, causing the ground to shatter into countless pieces, forming a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. In the deep pit, the 10 Swords Blood Shield technique around Zhu Qi had almost shattered and dimmed. His body was covered in countless wounds, and streams of blood directly spurted out. His entire body was extremely weak, and he looked exceptionally miserable. Swoosh! A piercing sound descended. Zhuowen coldly looked at Zhu Qi, whose body was twitching in the pit. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Zhu Qi, if you want to kill me, Zhuowen, then you should be prepared to be killed instead. It's useless even if you're a super genius from the Imperial Sword Sect, one of the 5 super forces in the provincial capital. Zhuowen looked down from above and threw the bone spear in his hand. It directly tore through the surrounding air and shot towards Zhu Qi's forehead. Zhuowen was determined to kill Zhu Qi. Zhuowen, you dare to kill me? If you kill me, your Vine Armor City will suffer the revenge of our Imperial Sword Sect. At this moment, fear surfaced in Zhu Qi's eyes, especially when he looked at the bone spear that was shooting towards him. A trace of despair had already surfaced in his eyes. However, just as the bone spear was about to pierce Zhu Qi's forehead, a formless and transparent energy suddenly appeared and directly knocked the bone spear away. Ooh! With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen caught the bone spear that had already been knocked away. He frowned and slightly raised his head. Immediately, he saw Lve Tao on the Tiangang sect stone statue and slowly withdrew his hand. It was obvious that Lve Tao had stopped him just now. Zhuowen, after all, Zhu Qi is the #1 genius of the Imperial Sword sect. He is highly regarded by the sect master of the Xinyuan sect. If you kill him just like that, then you will truly become a mortal enemy of the Imperial Sword sect. Moreover, the War of the Nine Counties is about to begin. After all, Zhu Qi is one of the 5 super geniuses and the main force of the War of the Nine Counties. You cannot kill this person. Lve Tao placed his hands behind his back and calmly looked straight at Zhuowen. There was not the slightest hint of abnormality in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He was extremely wary of the #1 genius of the house of Marquis Qin. After all, he had no idea how strong Lve Tao was. He only knew that this person's cultivation was at least at the ultimate emperor realm. Although he had the bronze coffin as a trump card, he knew that his chances of winning against Lve Tao were not high. Zhuowen, the War of the Nine Counties concerns the honor of Muqin County. I hope that you can give me, Lve Tao, some face and let Zhu Qi go. Moreover, I know that you once killed the second son of the house of Marquis Baichuan, Su Liang, in the Dark Forest. This means that you have already formed a deadly feud with the house of Marquis Baichuan. If you kill Zhu Qi now, I'm afraid that the Imperial Sword sect will not rest until you are dead. I know that you are a smart person and know how terrible the consequences of killing Zhu Qi will be. Therefore, my suggestion may be useful to you. Moreover, the leader of the Imperial Sword sect, Xinyuan Li, is quite magnanimous. As long as you don't kill Zhu Qi, I don't think he will find trouble with you. You don't have to worry that Zhu Qi will incite the other members of the Imperial Sword sect to deal with you after he returns. Just as Zhuowen was secretly frowning, Lve Tao's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He could not help but be slightly startled. Lve Tao's words were rather sincere, and his analysis was very methodical. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and agreed. Now that he had completely offended the house of Marquis Baichuan, there was no need to offend the Imperial Sword sect. Since young Master Lve has spoken, then I will spare Zhu Qi's dog life. The next time you bark like a dog, I, Zhuowen, will personally take your dog life. As he spoke, Zhuowen no longer paid any attention to Zhu Qi, who was in the deep pit with a vicious expression. Instead, he walked towards Qing Lian, who was not far away. Now that he had consecutively defeated Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, 2 out of the 5 ancient inheritances were empty. He planned to give one of them to Qing Lian. Zhu Qi could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood in anger when he heard Zhuowen's words. He wanted to retort a few words, but he remembered that he had barely managed to keep his life. In the end, he swallowed his anger. However, from the resentment that flashed in his eyes, Zhuowen knew that Zhu Qi would not let it go so easily. Zhuowen, just you wait. Since you won't kill me, you won't have the chance in the future. After viciously cursing in his heart, Zhu Qi could no longer bear the strange gazes of the surrounding people. He awkwardly found his identity token, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared from the place of inheritance. Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi were both defeated by Zhuowen. This, Ling Wushuang, Qing Lian, and the other 3 stared blankly at the disappearing Zhu Qi and the slowly approaching Zhuowen. A sense of unreality instantly welled up in their hearts. Although they all admitted that Zhuowen was indeed powerful, in their hearts, they still did not think that Zhuowen had the strength comparable to the 5 super geniuses. However, Zhuowen, who had consecutively defeated Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, let them know how ridiculous their arrogance was. The strength of Zhuowen in front of them had far exceeded their imagination. To be able to defeat Zhu Qi, his strength was probably close to the second genius, Luo Xing, right? Slowly arriving in front of Qing Lian, Zhuowen smiled and said, "Now, there are still 2 ancient inheritances left. They're the Wind Sword sect and the Carefree Villa." Qing Lian, You could choose one first. Treat it as a reward for your help in the past. As soon as Zhuowen said this, Ling Wushuang and the others who stood nearby couldn't help but be stunned. Qing Lian was stunned as well. She never imagined that Zhuowen would actually directly cup his hands and hand over a seat and let Qing Lian choose first. Don't worry about anything. If you treat me, Zhuowen, as a friend, then choose. Otherwise, you don't treat me as a friend. Zhuowen knitted his brows and said with some displeasure. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Qing Lian could only helplessly nod her head. She was very clear about Zhuowen's character. Once he had decided on something, even 10 bulls could not pull him back. If she was hesitant, Zhuowen would not like it. Then I choose the Wind Sword sect. After pondering for a moment, Qing Lian finally chose the Wind Sword sect. Subsequently, her jade-like feet tapped lightly. Under the envious gazes of Ling Wushuang and the other two, she directly leaped onto the stone statue of the Wind Sword sect. When Luo Xing, who was on the stone statue of the Jade Pool Immortal Garden, saw Zhuowen hand over an ancient inheritance to Qing Lian, a trace of gentleness surfaced in her beautiful eyes. As for the inheritance of the carefree villa, the three of you can compete among yourselves. Whoever is stronger will be able to obtain the inheritance of the carefree villa. Chapter 554. Choice. Blood Demon Inheritance. When Zhuowen finished his sentence, not only were Ling Wushuang, Qing Hu, and Luo Yao stunned. Even Lve Tao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Qin Batian were stunned. Zhuowen's words confused them. Was he planning to give up the last inheritance of Carefree Manor? But ancient inheritances were so precious. How could anyone be so stupid to give it up? Zhuowen, are you kidding? At this moment, it was Ling Wushuang, Qing Hu, and Luo Yao who were the most perturbed. As far as they were concerned, the last ancient inheritance belonged to Zhuowen alone, and they didn't dare fight for it or even think about it. After all, Zhuowen had defeated two super geniuses, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. They could not afford to offend him. Therefore, the three of them subconsciously thought that Zhuowen was joking. Seeing how cautious Ling Wushuang and the other two were, Zhuowen shook his head helplessly. He did not answer Ling Wushuang's question. Instead, he stomped his feet, and 2 pairs of huge lightning wings appeared on his back. He left the place and flew towards the end of the inheritance. This Zhuowen's sudden departure immediately caused many people to be astonished. They had not expected that what Zhuowen had said earlier was true. He actually intended to give up the last ancient inheritance. Lve Tao, who was on the Tiangang sect's stone statue, frowned. He did not understand Zhuowen's actions. Zhuowen could have obtained the inheritance of Carefree Manor. Why did he give it up in the end? Or was there something more attractive to him than Carefree Manor? Could it be? As if he had thought of something, Lve Tao suddenly turned around and stared at the direction Zhuowen had left. Indeed, Zhuowen had gone to the end of the inheritance. There was a huge blood-colored stone statue with a beast's head and a human body. The inheritance was called Blood Demon Inheritance. Is Zhuowen crazy? He actually chose the Blood Demon Inheritance? At that moment, Lve Tao acted out of character and could not help but exclaim. His exclamation attracted the attention of the others. Swish! Swish! Numerous gazes immediately converged on Zhuowen's departing figure. At this moment, Zhuowen had unknowingly climbed onto the huge blood-colored stone statue. He actually chose the Blood Devil Legacy? Was Zhuowen's brain flooded with water? Or do you want to die? Qin Batian's eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. The Blood Devil Legacy was much more difficult than the Carefree Manor's legacy. Not only that, failure would result in death. There were simply too many drawbacks. Choosing the Blood Devil Legacy was akin to courting death in Qin Batian's eyes. Zhuowen is too impulsive. Luo Xing and Qing Lian frowned at the same time, especially Qing Lian. She clenched her fists, and her heart was filled with worry. When Ling Wushuang, Qing Hu, and Luo Yao came back to their senses, they were pleasantly surprised. They never thought that Zhuowen would actually give up the Carefree Manor's inheritance and choose the Blood Devil's inheritance instead. They knew that this was an opportunity for the three of them. Swish! Ling Wushuang immediately reacted the fastest. She took the lead and shot towards the carefree manor's inheritance. Qing Hu and Luo Yao glanced at each other and crossed each other in an attempt to stop Ling Wushuang. Ling Wushuang, if you want to obtain the carefree manor's inheritance, you'll have to get past us first. Qing Hu and Luo Yao immediately used their best attacks and worked together to attack Ling Wushuang. The two of you are my opponent. If you really want to compete with me, don't blame me for being impolite. A trace of coldness flashed through Ling Wushuang's eyes when she saw Qing Hu and Luo Yao's joint attack. She was an early third-wheel Ultimate King Realm expert, while Qing Hu and Luo Yao were only peak second-wheel Ultimate King Realm experts. She didn't fear them at all, even if they worked together. Ling Wushuang cried out in a lovely voice. A long silver whip had unknowingly appeared in her hand. With a wave of her jade-like hand, countless whip shadows surged out in an overwhelming manner, directly breaking the combined attack of Qing Hu and Luo Yao. Spurt! The whip images struck their chests mercilessly after their attack was broken through, immediately causing them to vomit blood. They were blown away and landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. After defeating Qing Hu and Luo Yao, Ling Wushuang put away her silver whip and flipped over to the stone statue of Carefree Manor. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. At the same time, her beautiful eyes looked at the figure on the huge, blood-red stone statue in front of her. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. She had never thought that Zhuowen's two unintentional actions would actually save her life. Ling Wushuang was naturally extremely grateful. Zhuowen, do you really plan on choosing the Blood Demon's inheritance? You don't need me to tell you the dangers of the inheritance, do you? In the end, LVE Tao still spoke up. He didn't want a peerless genius like Zhuowen to fall helplessly because he chose the Blood Devil legacy. He was very clear about the importance of a genius like Zhuowen to Muqin County. If this person was nurtured properly, he would definitely be of great help to Muqin County in the Battle of the Nine Counties half a year later. It would be a pity if he fell in the inheritance land. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said with a serious expression, "No one can change the decision that I, Zhuowen, have made. The Blood Demon inheritance is indeed terrifying. But if I'm afraid because of this, how can I face the difficulties on the path of martial arts that is full of thorns?" After speaking, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to LVE Tao. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged on the shoulder of the blood-red statue and began to silently wait for the Blood Demon inheritance to open. Hearing Zhuowen's words, LVE Tao felt somewhat helpless. This Zhuowen's temper was indeed stubborn. He was somewhat similar to Lu Hantian in the past. Lu Yitao didn't know why, but when he looked at Zhuowen's figure on the blood-red statue, he couldn't help but think of 100 years ago. That person had defeated all the geniuses in Muqin County and obtained first place in the Origin Chi Tower battle. That person had almost entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. That person was his uncle, Lu Hantian. Zhuowen, the gap between ideals and reality is always cruel. Even Lu Hantian in the past did not obtain the slightest benefit from the Blood Demon inheritance. Are you so confident that you can successfully pass the trial of the Blood Demon inheritance? It's just a pity for a genius like you. Shaking his head, a trace of pity appeared on LVE Tao's face. Perhaps the moment Zhuowen chose the Blood Demon inheritance, this Zhuowen was already a dead man in his heart. Therefore, he no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently waited for the inheritance to open. After about half an incense stick's time, the surface of the 5 inheritance stone statues in the core area of the inheritance land suddenly emitted a dazzling light. 5 pillars of light shot up from the statues, and LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and the other 4 people on the 5 statues slowly disappeared into the pillars of light. Clearly, they had been sent to their respective trial spaces by the 5 inheritance stone statues. They've all left? Looks like this Blood Demon inheritance is really different. It still hasn't sent me to the trial space? Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen saw that LVE Tao and the other 4 had already disappeared. The corner of his mouth slightly curled, but his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. What would the trial space of the blood demon inheritance be like? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhuowen's imagination was running wild, a blood-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky and directly enveloped Zhuowen. However, after the pillar of light disappeared, Zhuowen's figure had already disappeared. On the platform outside the Origin Chi Tower, the 9 people led by LV Nantian quietly stood on the high platform, enjoying the attention of countless faction leaders. Everyone knew that the 9 people still standing on the high platform were all exceptional geniuses who had entered the inheritance land. In particular, Guyu Tian, whose aura was the weakest, received the most attention. Now, everyone knew that the city lord of this unknown low-level city, Rot-Tan Armor City, was called Guyu Tian. This was because a famous dark horse had appeared in Rot-Tan Armor City, and that dark horse was called Zhuowen. It was because of Zhuowen's name that Rot-Tan Armor City had become a hot topic of discussion. Even Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, who had already been eliminated, were now proud when they said that they were geniuses of Rot-Tan Armor City. The current Rot-Tan Armor City was no longer the same as before. Due to Zhuowen's stunning performance in the Origin Chi Tower, who knew how many faction leaders wanted to curry favor with this small Rot-Tan Armor City. Even a number 1 super city, Ling Tian City, took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Rot-Tan Armor City. This action naturally raised Rot-Tan Armor City's prestige to the extreme. Now, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying truly felt elated. The geniuses of super cities, who usually looked down on them, were now very careful when they spoke to them. This great contrast made the 2 of them feel very pleased. Of course, the 2 of them also knew that this great contrast was brought about by Zhuowen. Therefore, the 2 of them revered and worshipped Zhuowen like a god. The ownership of the 5 ancient inheritances should be revealed very soon. This time, LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and Zhuowen should be able to obtain one of the inheritances. The remaining 2 inheritances should be decided by Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, and Zhuowen. Lu Nantian raised his head to look at the top of the Origin Chi Tower and smiled. Zhuowen shouldn't have the strength to obtain the ancient inheritances. This child's potential is indeed strong, but his foundation is too weak and his strength isn't strong. There's still quite a large gap between him and Su Tianliang and Qin Batian. Su Chang suddenly interrupted. When mentioning Zhuowen, the short and fat Marquis Baichuan's eyes were filled with coldness. Brother Su is right. Zhuowen's strength is indeed not strong. It will be difficult for him to obtain an ancient inheritance. The master of the meteorite, Marquis Yongsheng, and Xian Yuan Li all nodded in agreement. Do you all think so? However, I feel that Zhuowen isn't simple. Lu Nantian shook his head and spoke up for Zhuowen. Lu Nantian's performance naturally caused the others to be surprised. However, it didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, Lu Nantian was planning to recruit Zhuowen, so they were only subjectively optimistic about Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the top of the Origin Chi Tower and landed at the bottom of the tower. A figure was faintly discernible within the beam of light. Someone was eliminated so quickly? Chapter 555. The 2 eliminated geniuses on the high platform, the Lord of Ling Tian City, Ling Tian, Guyu Tian, and the other lords of Ling Tian City had slightly unnatural expressions on their faces. It was unlikely that it was one of the 5 super geniuses who had been eliminated so quickly. It was very likely that it was a genius under their command. On the other hand, Su Chang appeared somewhat indifferent. In his opinion, the 5 ancient inheritances were definitely the 5 super geniuses. Even Zhuowen would not be able to compete with the 5 super geniuses. The first one to be eliminated might be that little bastard Zhuowen. Su Chang maliciously muttered in his heart as a sinister smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Swoosh! The white light completely disappeared, and an extremely miserable figure suddenly fell to the ground. This person's clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. In particular, there was a huge wound on his shoulder blade. Streams of cherry-red blood continuously spurted out from the wound. When everyone's gazes gathered on this sorry figure's face, the scene fell into a strange silence. Hiss! After the silence, the sound of people inhaling cold air rose and fell. Everyone looked at this figure in disbelief, because this extremely sorry figure was none other than one of the 5 super geniuses, Su Tianliang. The 9 people on the high platform were also stunned. Even Su Chang, who had a cold smile on his face, was stunned. The smile on his face gradually froze, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stared in disbelief at his son's sorry figure, whose face was pale and bloodless. "Ah, Tianliang, who injured you like this? This old man will definitely pull out his tendons and peel off his bones, and make him suffer a fate worse than death." Finally, Su Chang roared and instantly arrived at Su Tianliang's side. He hurriedly helped Su Tianliang, whose mind was already somewhat muddled up. His entire body trembled in anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. "It's actually Su Tianliang? The first one to be eliminated is actually Su Tianliang. Just what's going on? How is this possible?" Su Tianliang is an expert at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage, and he's also one of the 5 super geniuses. Apart from the other 4 super geniuses, who else has the strength to defeat him? Did LVE Tao make a move? At this moment, the surrounding crowd's emotions were boiling. They all knew that there were a total of 5 ancient inheritances in the land of inheritance. Logically speaking, each of the 5 super geniuses should be able to obtain one. However, it was also possible that Su Tianliang had recklessly competed with LVE Tao. Hence, it was not surprising that he was beaten to such a state. In the eyes of the surrounding people, only the other 4 super geniuses could beat Su Tianliang to such a state. As for the other 5, they should not have such strength. At this moment, Su Tianliang's aura was extremely weak, and he was constantly coughing up blood. He leaned on Su Chang's arm, and his eyes revealed a trace of hatred. He said, "Father, it was that little bastard Zhuowen. That little bastard almost killed me. You must avenge me." Su Tianliang's voice was not loud, but the people around him were not ordinary people. Naturally, they heard Su Tianliang's words clearly. Especially when they heard the name Zhuowen, the surroundings became quiet again. Zhuowen again? When did Zhuowen become so strong? Even Su Tianliang, who was at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage, had been defeated by him. Moreover, some of the more observant people could even see that when Su Tianliang mentioned Zhuowen, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Clearly, Su Tianliang was extremely afraid of Zhuowen, as if Zhuowen was a ferocious beast. Zhuowen actually defeated Su Tianliang? When the master of the meteorite and the other 2 heard what Su Tianliang said, a trace of surprise and shock appeared on their faces. Although Zhuowen's performance at Zhongling Mountain was astonishing, it only meant that his potential was strong enough. As for his strength, they clearly remembered that Zhuowen's strength was only at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage not long ago. As for the unknown Guyu Tian, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Even now, he still could not react. He did not even dare to think that Zhuowen could actually defeat Su Tianliang. However, it had now appeared before his eyes. This also meant that Zhuowen would definitely have a place among the 5 ancient inheritances. "Lord Gu, it seems that Zhuowen of Rattan Armor City will also have an ancient inheritance. It seems that I need to congratulate you." Suddenly, Lu Nantian clasped his hands towards Guyu Tian in an uncharacteristic manner. There was a spring breeze smile on his face, as if he was facing a good friend of many years. Lu Nantian's performance had thoroughly shocked many of the surrounding people. Clearly, this Lu Nantian's attitude meant that he was truly planning to rope in Rattan Armor City and the peerless genius Zhuowen. Yes, now, everyone had already regarded Zhuowen as a peerless genius. The most dazzling person in this year's Origin Chi Tower battle was undoubtedly this unknown genius from a low-level city, Zhuowen. At this moment, Su Chang's face was extremely gloomy. He silently took out the elixirs in his Chinquan pouch. After suppressing Su Tianliang's injuries, Su Tianliang explained the ins and outs of the matter, especially when he heard that Su Tianliang had used a treasure like the green binding jade token, and that even Zhuowen had made a move, but still couldn't kill Zhuowen. Su Chang's eyelids twitched. He felt more and more threatened by Zhuowen. After instructing the servants to take Su Tianliang away to rest, Su Chang's face suddenly became extremely calm. He once again ascended the high platform, as if Su Tianliang's elimination didn't affect him at all. On the high platform, everyone, including Lu Nantian, tacitly didn't ask anything. They all knew that although Su Chang looked extremely calm on the surface, his heart wasn't as calm as it appeared. The silence on the high platform didn't last for long. Su Chang suddenly turned his head and said to Xianyuan Li, "Brother Xianyuan, just now, Tianliang told me that not only did that little bastard Zhuowen take the initiative to provoke Tianliang, he even recklessly provoked your Imperial Sword School's Zhu Qi. This child's ambition is extremely great. He wants to occupy 2 inheritances by himself." When Su Chang said this, Xianyuan Li frowned and said in surprise, "Provoke Zhu Qi? I remember that Zhuowen and Zhu Qi don't have any grudges, right? Moreover, it's enough that this child has obtained 1 inheritance. There's no need for him to take the extra step of fighting for another inheritance. After all, in the land of inheritance, each person can only obtain 1 ancient inheritance. That little bastard Zhuowen is arrogant and conceited. It's not impossible for him to provoke Zhu Qi for no reason." Su Chang shook his head and said in confusion. Su Chang's words also made Xianyuan Li frown. However, he shook his head and said indifferently, "So what if Zhuowen provoked Zhu Qi? Zhu Qi is much stronger than Zhuowen. It's impossible for Zhuowen to win." Xianyuan Li was very confident in Zhu Qi. He knew that Zhu Qi's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 4-wheel emperor realm. In the entire province, the only people who could defeat Zhu Qi were Lve Tao of the House of Marquis Qin and Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Star Court. As for Zhuowen, although Zhuowen's potential was amazing, he would only be defeated if he went up against Zhu Qi. The other people on the high platform also heard the conversation between Su Chang and Xianyuan Li. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Obviously, they didn't think highly of Zhuowen's provocation of Zhu Qi, or perhaps they thought it was a foolish action. Guyu Tian frowned slightly, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. He had heard a little about Zhu Qi's strength. He was a genius who was only second to Lve Tao. If it wasn't for Luo Xing, he might be the second genius now. Whoosh! The crowd didn't have to wait for too long. Another beam of light shot out from the Yuanqi Tower and landed at the bottom of the tower. Then, everyone's gazes converged on this beam of light again. In particular, the 9 people on the high platform stared closely at the beam of light. They knew that it was very likely that either Zhuowen or Zhu Qi was behind the beam of light. It's definitely Zhuowen. No matter how heaven-defying that Zhuowen is, it's impossible for him to be the opponent of an ultimate king realm cultivator with 4 wheels, Su Chang said calmly. However, there was a pair of cold eyes in his eyes. Zhuowen had first killed his second son, Su Liang, in the Dark Forest, and even eliminated Su Tianliang from the legacy grounds. As a result, the Marquis of Baichuan's estate was unable to obtain a single legacy. As a result, the enmity between them was huge. It was even to the extent that Su Chang was already silently planning in his heart. After Zhuowen appeared later, he would seize the opportunity when Lu Nantian and the others weren't paying attention to directly kill Zhuowen, and he wouldn't hesitate even if he would be cursed by others. Xianyuan Li's gaze was also fixed on the light pillar. He did not know why, but the figure in the light pillar gave him a familiar feeling. A strange, ominous feeling crept into his heart, causing him to feel suffocated. The beam of light receded, and a miserable figure with disheveled hair slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment the figure appeared at the bottom of the tower, a mist of blood spurted out from his wounds. Afterwards, the figure spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell to the ground. Zhuowen, Zhu Qi will not let this go. The moment he fell, Zhu Qi finally shouted out a hoarse voice. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly reverberated across the somewhat quiet square. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the figure that had fallen to the ground amidst the bloody mist. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This figure was actually one of the 5 super geniuses, the genius of the Imperial Sword sect, Zhu Qi, whose strength was even greater than Su Tianliang's. He was a genuine ultimate king realm expert, with 4 wheels, but he had actually fallen to such a miserable state. Zhuowen again? How did Zhuowen do it? He defeated 2 super geniuses in a row. Su Tianliang was defeated by him, and even the stronger Zhu Qi was defeated. This is truly heaven-defying. Zhuowen's strength has really reached such a level. Even Zhu Qi was beaten to such a state. Isn't this too terrifying? Chapter 556. A pillar of blood soared to the sky. At this moment, not only were the people in the plaza stunned, even the leaders of the 5 super factions on the high platform had their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially Su Chong. The shock on his face was even more intense than everyone else's, nearly causing him to cry out in surprise. Swoosh! Carrying a long sword on his back, Xian Yuanli instantly arrived in front of Zhu Qi. He extended his right hand and felt Zhu Qi's pulse, his brows slightly knitted together. He had not expected Zhu Qi's injuries to be so serious. After muttering to himself for a while, Xian Yuanli's right hand clawed onto Zhu Qi's chest. Immediately, surging yuan power continuously flowed into Zhu Qi's body, causing the originally deathly pale Zhu Qi's complexion to improve slightly. However, he was still in a state of deep unconsciousness. Seeing Zhu Qi in such a state, Xian Yuanli's brows tightly knitted together. With a wave of his right hand, surging waves of energy immediately wrapped around Zhu Qi, causing him to float beside him. Xian Yuanli cupped his hands towards Lu Nantian and the rest on the high platform, solemnly saying, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Zhu Qi's injuries are too serious. I must bring him back to the sect for treatment. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the following Yuan Energy Tower battle." Xian Yuanli's words caused the surrounding people to be shocked. It seemed that Zhu Qi's injuries were truly very serious, or else it would not have caused Xian Yuanli to be so wary and solemn. At the same time, a trace of respect and fear rose in many people's hearts towards Zhuowen. Although he was of humble birth, his talent was extremely high, and his temperament was truly decisive and ruthless. Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, these 2 great geniuses, had actually been injured to such an extent. It had to be said that this Zhuowen was truly audacious. Was he not afraid of the revenge of these 2 super factions? On the high platform, Lu Nantian nodded and said, "Since this is the case, Brother Xian Yuan can leave. After all, saving lives is more important." Xian Yuanli nodded and wrapped Zhu Qi with his power. With a tap of his right hand, the sword on his back flew out of its scabbard and became 10 feet long. Then, he took the 2 of them and flew up on the sword, disappearing from where they were. Su Tianyang and Zhu Qi have both been eliminated. In that case, one of the inheritances should belong to none other than Zhuowen. In that case, the last inheritance should be the competition between Qing Lian, Ling Wushuang, Qing Hu, and Luo Yao. Looking at the 8 names still lit up on the light screen, LV Nanshan's eyes stared straight at Zhuo Wen's name. He was extremely curious about this unknown youth. How did this child grow to such a level? Boom! Suddenly, 2 pillars of light rose from the Vitality Tower. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. They were Qing Hu and Luo Yao. After being defeated by Ling Wushuang, they had no choice but to leave the land of inheritance. At this point, there were only 6 people left in the land of inheritance. They were LVE Tao, Luo Xing, Qin Batian, Zhuowen, Ling Wushuang, and Qing Lian. The appearance of Qing Hu and Luo Yao did not attract the slightest bit of attention. Their strength was originally at the bottom of the 10 people. It would be strange if they could obtain an ancient inheritance. The name list of the ancient inheritances will be out soon. I wonder how many of the 5 ancient inheritances that appeared in the Land of Inheritance belong to the Heaven Stage sections. Lunantion looked at the 6 names on the screen with burning eyes. The Heaven Stage sects were extremely powerful in the ancient era. Just one of them could directly destroy the current Qing Xin Empire. The others were also looking forward to what kind of inheritance the remaining people would obtain. They knew that the results would be out soon. Everyone did not have to wait for too long. Suddenly, a golden light shone behind LV Itao's name on the screen. Soon after, a row of golden words began to appear. LV Itao, Tiangang Sect, Ancient Heaven Stage Sect. Congratulations, congratulations, Brother LV. Your LV Itao has indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and obtained the Heaven Stage Sect's inheritance. The moment this row of words appeared, everyone on the high platform congratulated Lunantion. Their words were full of envy. Lunantion also secretly sighed in relief. Although he knew that it would not be difficult for LV Itao to obtain the Heaven Stage Sect's inheritance, he was still not that confident and certain in his heart. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he naturally felt a lot more relaxed. Many thanks for everyone's praise. The second person to obtain the inheritance will soon appear. Lunantion also happily returned the greetings and said with a smile. Just as Lunantion said, the first row of words did not appear for long. The second row of words flickered below, and another row of words appeared. Fallen Star, Jade Lake, Immortal Park, Ancient Heaven Stage Sect. A brilliant and enchanting smile immediately surfaced on the Falling Star Garden Master's pretty face the instant this line of information appeared. She too did not expect that a second heavenly sect would appear in the inheritance land within the Yuan Energy Tower this time. Moreover, it was obtained by Luo Xing. This naturally caused her to be extremely happy in her heart. Sister Fallen Star, your Jade Lady Starcourt's Fallen Star is indeed worthy of being the second genius of Muqing County. She actually obtained the Heaven Stage Sect's inheritance. It seems that her fortune is not shallow. Lunantion laughed and congratulated the master of the meteorite. Naturally, the others were also full of envy and congratulated the master of the meteorite, causing the master of the meteorite to chuckle nonstop. Her face was no longer as cold as usual. After Fallen Star was Qin Batian, Barbarian Mountain Sect, Ancient Earth Stage Sect. Although it was only an Earth Stage Sect, Marquis Yongshang Qinya was already quite satisfied. Moreover, after this row of words appeared, Qinya's gaze faintly fell on Su Chong, who was not far away with an ugly expression. Thinking of Su Tianliang of Baichuan Marquis Mansion being eliminated early, Qinya was secretly delighted. After all, the relationship between Yongxing Mansion and Baichuan Marquis Mansion was not very good, and there were often some small conflicts. Now that he saw Su Chong suffer, Qinya was naturally gloating. Su Chong also felt the faintly discernible mocking expression on Qinya's face. His mood became even worse, and the hatred he had for Zhuo Wen in his heart grew even thicker. If it wasn't for that damn Zhuo Wen, how could Su Tianliang have been eliminated? Now, he didn't even get an ancient inheritance. Not long after Qin Baishan's words appeared, the ownership of the fourth ancient inheritance was also displayed on the light screen. Clear Lotus, Wind Sword Sect, Ancient Earth Stage Sect. When Clear Lotus name finally appeared, whether it was the master of the meteorite or the others, they couldn't help but be stunned. It's actually Clear Lotus of the Jade Lady Star Court? I remember that Clear Lotus is only at the Ultimate Emperor stage. How could she obtain an ancient inheritance? Seeing that Clear Lotus had also obtained an ancient inheritance, Su Chang's face became more and more unsightly, and he coldly snorted. The master of the meteorite didn't care about Su Chang's sarcastic words. There was also a trace of doubt on her face. In her opinion, it was already quite amazing that Clear Lotus could enter the ancient inheritance land. Now that she had obtained an ancient inheritance, this news really shocked her. Could it be that Zhuo voluntarily gave up an ancient inheritance to Clear Lotus? I remember that Clear Lotus of your Jade Lady Star Court has a good relationship with Zhuo. Lu Nantian suddenly interjected. Hearing this, the master of the meteorite felt relieved. After Clear Lotus returned from the ancient cavern mansion, she had done a lot of things for Zhuan. Moreover, before the opening of the Vitality Tower, she had also come forward to help Zhuan. In fact, she had always known about these things, but at that time, she thought it was just a small matter between the younger generation, so she didn't care. But now, it seemed that Zhuan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. She didn't expect that he would directly give an ancient inheritance to Clear Lotus. This made the master of the meteorite have a good impression of Zhuan. There is still the last ancient inheritance. If there is no accident, it should be Zhuan's. Lu Nantian stared at the light screen and smiled. It's definitely young friend Zhuan. With the strength that young friend Zhuan has displayed, apart from Lve Tao and Luo Xing, it's really impossible for anyone else to have the strength to contend against him, said the master of Meteorite Garden with a delicate smile. After confirming that Clear Lotus's inheritance was given up by Zhuan, the master of the meteorite couldn't help but speak for Zhuan. This should be the so-called love me, love my dog. The other people on the high platform had no objection. Zhuan's strength had already been recognized by them, and even exceeded their expectations. It was naturally not difficult for him to obtain an ancient inheritance. Under the expectant gazes of many people, the owner of the fifth ancient inheritance gradually appeared on the light screen. Ling Wushuang, Carefree Manor, Ancient Earthstep Sect. When this line of information was finally displayed on the light screen, whether it was the platform or the surrounding square, it instantly became incomparably silent. Everyone was stunned. This was because the owner of the last ancient inheritance was actually not Zhuan, but Ling Tian City's Ling Wushuang. There was such a huge contrast between their guesses and reality that many people couldn't even react. It's actually Ling Wushuang? That Zhuan? He's a fierce person who defeated Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. How could he not be able to win against Ling Wushuang? Could it be that Zhuan was heavily injured in the battle with Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, and Ling Wushuang took advantage of the situation? That's possible. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuan is, he should have been injured after continuously battling Su Tianliang, and Zhu Qi. Ling Wushuang's strength isn't weak either, so it's not impossible for him to defeat an injured Zhuan. Instantly, the surrounding area continuously became noisy. Many people made their own guesses. They all thought that Zhuan was heavily injured and unable to continue fighting, so Ling Wushuang took advantage of him. Among them, the happiest person was undoubtedly the lord of Ling Tian City, Ling Tian. Originally, he didn't have much hope that Ling Wushuang would obtain the ancient inheritance, but this result made him so excited that he was speechless. What a pity. That Zhuan's really unlucky. He's clearly strong enough, but because of this, he ended up benefiting someone else. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it's not worth it for him. Many people in the crowd sighed. They knew that when the last ancient inheritance didn't display Zhuan's name, it meant that Zhuan's legend had come to an end. Boom! Just as many people were shaking their heads in pity, a blood-red pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from the top of the Origin Chi Tower. The sky was instantly dyed a terrifying blood red, and at a glance, it looked like a sea of blood. Following this, everyone was shocked to discover that a blood-red line of words slowly appeared on the light screen, appearing before everyone's eyes like wriggling blood vessels. Chapter 557. The Headless Giant, the Blood Demon Inheritance? Zhuan actually chose the Blood Demon Inheritance. The instant the blood-colored light pillar erupted, the light screen also showed that Zhuan had chosen the Blood Demon Inheritance. It was the most mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying inheritance in the Inheritance Land. Uproar, clamor, and exclamations erupted from the crowd. No one had expected that Zhuan would choose the Blood Demon Inheritance in the end. In the eyes of many people, Zhuan was simply insane. This Zhuan chose the Blood Demon Inheritance? Lu Nantian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He stared at the blood-colored light pillar in a daze, his gaze extremely complicated. He remembered that 100 years ago, such a tragic blood-colored light pillar had also appeared. At that time, his most revered big brother, Lu Tian, had chosen the blood demon inheritance without hesitation. How could the scene at that time be similar to what he was seeing now? Zhuowen is too impulsive. The blood demon inheritance is so dangerous, yet he actually dared to choose it? Isn't he courting death? The master of the meteorite and Qin Ye both frowned. The two of them had a good impression of Zhuowen. Seeing that Zhuowen was courting death by choosing the blood demon inheritance, they couldn't help but feel pity. Even Su Chang, who had the worst relationship with Zhuowen, was astonished by Zhuowen's choice. Soon after, ecstasy appeared on his face as he inwardly said, "Zhuowen, you're courting death. Looks like I don't need to do anything. A bastard like you will also die." The outside of the Yuanqi Tower was in an uproar, but the inheritance grounds within the Yuanqi Tower were incomparably silent. The 5 ancient inheritances that stood in the core area actually began to tremble the instant the blood demon inheritance erupted with a bloody light. It was as if the blood demon inheritance was something extremely terrifying to them. When Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he discovered that what entered his eyes was an endless sea of blood. A dense smell of blood entered his nostrils as if it was real. Around the sea of blood stood 8 blood mountains that were several thousand feet tall. Each blood mountain was enough for Zhuowen to look up, and Zhuowen was in the middle of the 8 blood mountains. This should be the trial space of the blood demon inheritance land, right? Even Zhuowen couldn't help but frown as he smelled the pungent smell of blood coming from the surroundings. The environment faintly gave him a strong sense of threat, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, which made him extremely uncomfortable. "Brat, be careful. Since this blood demon inheritance land is known as the most terrifying inheritance in the inheritance land, it shouldn't be a baseless rumor. Although your strength is not bad, you still can't compare to the number 1 Heaven's Pride of Muqin County, Lu Tian, 100 years ago. So be careful." A black light swept out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows, revealing the figure of Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He's expression was extremely solemn. Facing the blood demon inheritance land, even Xiao He had to be cautious. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, "The owner of the bronze coffin once left a message. There are a total of 18 trials in the blood demon inheritance land. However, I only need to pass the first 8 trials. Then, I can rely on the blood demon token to directly enter the core area to receive the inheritance. Although that's the case, you still have to be careful." At this point, a trace of hesitation appeared on Xiao He's face. It felt that there were many loopholes in the message left by the owner of the bronze coffin. However, after thinking about it carefully, it felt that it was reasonable. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Xiao He shook its head and mocked itself in its heart. It then stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and began to silently guard its surroundings. Boom! After entering this trial space, Zhuowen no longer held back his trump cards. He directly took out the huge bronze coffin. Puppet Bai Lin slowly walked out of the coffin. Its posture was elegant, and its expression was calm. "Greetings, master." After coming out, Bai Lin respectfully bowed to Zhuowen. "Bai Lin, help me guard the surroundings. This is not a friendly place." After giving Bai Lin a few instructions, Zhuowen began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. In this land of blood sea, the only landmark buildings were the 8 surrounding blood mountains. Other than that, whether it was the sky or the ground, it was basically covered by the endless blood sea. What a strange place. I'm afraid this place should be the first stage of the blood demon inheritance. Holding the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear in his right hand and the shrunken bronze coffin in his left, Zhuowen's expression was extremely cautious. Although the bronze coffin was only an auxiliary heaven-ranked spiritual treasure, its material was extremely sturdy and far surpassed that of an earth-ranked spiritual treasure. It was extremely suitable to be used as a shield for defense. At the same time, Bai Lin surrounded Zhuowen with a guarded expression. It was like a conscientious bodyguard protecting Zhuowen. As long as there was any movement, Bai Lin would immediately block the danger for Zhuowen. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration surged out from under Zhuowen's feet. Cracks like a spider web almost spread out under Zhuowen's feet. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the 8 blood mountains around him were moving in an extremely orderly manner. The blood-colored walls on the surface of the blood mountains had completely peeled off, revealing their true appearance. As the blood-colored walls peeled off, Zhuowen discovered that there were 8 giants standing on the blood mountains. The blood-colored giants had no heads and bodies. They held blood-colored giant axes in both hands. It was as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart. They walked forward and slowly gathered around Zhuowen. "Kid, be careful. These 8 headless giants have a strength of a mid-ultimate Emperor Stage 3 wheel. If 8 of them work together, even you will find it difficult to deal with them," Xiaohe said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said to Bai Lin beside him, "Bai Lin, go deal with the 5 headless giants on the left. With your strength, you should be able to handle them." "Master, don't worry." Bai Lin nodded and turned into a bolt of white lightning, sweeping towards the 5 headless giants on the left. Zhuowen still trusted Bai Lin's strength. This was a puppet that had the strength of a peak ultimate Emperor Stage cultivator. Its strength was even greater than his own. It should be able to deal with 5 peak ultimate Emperor Stage 3-wheel headless giants. As long as I get rid of the 3 headless giants in front of me, I'll be able to pass this stage. Seeing the 3 headless giants striding towards him from the right, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with battle intent. His right hand tightened around the handle of his spear. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning. Roar! Seeing that a tiny ant like Zhuowen had actually taken the initiative to provoke them, the 3 headless giants roared furiously. Their powerful strength borrowed the power of the air, forming a dense ring of sound waves that blasted towards the tiny human who dared to provoke them. Zhuowen also noticed the power of the sound waves above his head. His eyes narrowed slightly as he swung the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in his right hand. He immediately used the defensive technique, Crouching Dragon. Instantly, hundreds of huge illusory dragons revolved around Zhuowen's body. Bang! 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 The 3 headless giants' sound wave attacks were rather powerful. When they blasted against the illusory dragons, they actually showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, the Crouching Dragon was powerful enough. Coupled with Zhuowen's freakishly strong physical body, he was able to block the attack in the end. Whoosh! After blocking the impact of the sound waves, Zhuowen instantly arrived beside the nearest headless giant. He swung the bone spear in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the air and pierced the giant's chest. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the headless giant's defense was so strong that even his tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear couldn't pierce through it. Roar! Zhuowen's actions had completely enraged the headless giant. The headless giant roared furiously as it swung its blood-red axe at Zhuowen, who was in front of its chest. At the same time, the other 2 headless giants had also arrived. 2 blood-red axes mercilessly swung at Zhuowen. The air was filled with a tragic whooshing sound. Feeling the immense power of the 3 axes, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He raised his left hand that was holding the bronze coffin to block. Suddenly, a green light burst out and the bronze coffin expanded to several feet, protecting Zhuowen. Boom! 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 The 3 axes bombarded the bronze coffin, causing countless sparks to fly. However, to Zhuowen's delight, the axes couldn't leave a single mark on the surface of the bronze coffin. Thump! 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 The powerful recoil caused Zhuowen to retreat continuously. He looked at the 3 headless giants in front of him with a grave expression. Kid, the headless giant's body is even stronger than yours. It won't be easy to destroy its body. However, this dragon lord has already observed that the headless giant's weakness is on its headless neck. As long as you destroy the headless giant's neck, the headless giant will definitely die. A smile suddenly appeared on his shoulder as he suggested to Zhuowen. Nodding his head, Zhuowen also noticed that there was still a neck above the headless giant. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and rushed towards the headless giant again. The tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in his hand was ready to strike. Roar! Zhuowen rushed over again, which naturally made the three headless giants even more furious. They roared and swung the blood axes in their hands at Zhuowen. The powerful fluctuation caused the surrounding space to collapse. At that moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm. When the three axes blocked his way forward, Zhuowen immediately used the ascending dragon style. The huge dragon head whizzed out and hit the three axes. Although it didn't break the axes, it caused the axes to deviate slightly. Good chance. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhuowen immediately spread out two pairs of lightning wings. His speed was almost at its limit as he rushed through the gaps between the three axes. In an instant, he arrived on the shoulder of the first headless giant. This time, you won't be able to dodge. With a grin, Zhuowen suddenly spun the bone spear in his right hand. Countless forces burst forth and pierced the neck of the headless giant. To Zhuowen's surprise, the bone spear easily pierced through the neck of the headless giant. It seemed that Xiaohe was right. The neck of the headless giant was indeed its fatal weakness. Roar! Chapter 558. The Ancient Blood Clan. The moment the bone spear pierced the headless giant's neck, Zhuowen poured all the energy within his body into the bone spear. Immediately, the powerful energy was like a meat grinder, directly turning the headless giant's insides to mush. Oh! The headless giant wailed in agony as its body directly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that rained down. It was mournful and bloody. The death of the first headless giant immediately caused the other two giants to wail in agony. They began to charge at Zhuowen without any regard for their lives. They had to kill this despicable human cultivator before them. Unfortunately, since Zhuowen had already grasped the weakness of the headless giants, the fate of these two giants was already destined to fall. Boom! Boom! With a flash of lightning, Zhuowen directly passed by the two giants. The bone spear in his hand accurately struck the necks of the two headless giants. Then, the two headless giants collapsed to the ground, their auras completely gone. After dealing with the three headless giants, Zhuowen began to notice that Bai Lin on his left had already finished his battle. He was standing nearby, waiting silently. Seeing that Zhuowen had also finished his battle, Bai Lin's figure flashed, and he arrived behind Zhuowen like the most loyal guard. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the battlefield on his left, he could not help but gasp. Not a single one of the five headless giant corpses was intact. Countless chunks of flesh were scattered all over the ground, making it seem like a slaughterhouse. Moreover, from the looks of the battlefield, Bai Lin did not find the headless giant's weakness like Zhuowen at all. Instead, he tore them apart forcefully. Zhuowen knew very well how tough the bodies of the headless giants were. However, Bai Lin was actually able to tear apart the headless giants so easily. His battle prowess was probably even greater than Zhuowen had expected. The ultimate five-wheel emperor Bai Lin is indeed powerful. Zhuowen nodded as he took a deep look at the bloody battlefield on his left. Swish! After the 8 headless giants were all killed, the surrounding sea of blood suddenly trembled. Soon after, a blood-red whirlpool appeared in the air above the empty space. It looked deep and eerie. This should be the entrance to the next stage. Let's go in. Xiaohe, who was on his shoulder, said calmly. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this, and then he took a step forward and directly entered the blood-colored vortex. Time slowly passed. Zhuowen had already stayed in the Blood Demon Inheritance Land for 7 days. During these 7 days, he had basically been challenging the remaining stages. It had to be said that the trials of the Blood Demon's Land of Inheritance were extremely terrifying. The first 5 trials were still alright. With the white phosphorus and the bronze coffin, Zhuowen passed through them rather easily. However, the difficulty of the 6th and 7th stages exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. The traps and creatures that appeared in these 2 stages were extremely frightening. Even with his many trump cards, Zhuowen had nearly gotten himself seriously injured. This was a huge blood mountain. At the top of the blood mountain, a slender figure was sitting cross-legged. A strange bone spear was stuck in the ground beside him. This person was Zhuowen, who was in the blood demon's land of inheritance. At this moment, Zhuan's appearance was rather miserable. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was riddled with scars and dripping with blood. He looked extremely terrifying and hideous. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuan's eyes glowed. He looked up at the blood-red whirlpool in the air and said, "I never thought that the 7th stage of the blood demon's land of inheritance would be so difficult. I wonder what the 8th stage will be like. I'm afraid that the 8th stage will be even more terrifying. You should be careful. This is already the last stage. If you can break through this last stage, you can directly use the blood demon token to enter the core area of the blood demon's land of inheritance. At that time, your chances of obtaining the blood demon's inheritance will be very high," Xiaohei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes blazed. Since the blood demon's land of inheritance was known as the most powerful inheritance in the Yuanqi Tower, there should be a lot of good things inside. Zhuan was looking forward to this inheritance more and more. "Let's go. I want to see how difficult the last stage will be." Slowly getting up, Zhuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held the spear in his right hand and the bronze coffin in his left hand. Bai Lin was also waiting around him, ready to attack. With a step, Zhuan did not hesitate for long and directly entered the blood-red whirlpool. The feeling of traveling through time and space flashed in Zhuan's mind. Then, he realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. This was an endless desert. Blood sand filled the sky everywhere. In the blood-red sky, there was a lonely blood moon hanging alone. Everything looked so strange and dilapidated. "There seems to be something in front. Go and take a look," Xiaohei on his shoulder suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. With a step, he directly rushed forward. After about half an hour, a somewhat dilapidated blood-red stone hall appeared in front of Zhuan's eyes. The cornerstone on the surface of the stone hall had been broken and shattered. It looked like it could collapse at any time. At the front of the stone hall stood a stone tablet that was dozens of feet wide. On the stone tablet, there were vague words. However, due to the erosion of time, these words were basically unrecognizable. "I'm afraid this stone hall is not a good place. Kid, be careful," Xiaohei cautioned. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and slowly walked into the stone hall. What surprised Zhuan was that the stone hall looked dilapidated from the outside, as if it was about to collapse. However, the inside was quite neat and clean. It did not have the dilapidated aura from the outside. On the stone pillars at both ends of the stone hall, there were dim yellow lamps hanging from them. The dim light made the deep stone hall appear even more sinister and strange. Dang, dang, dang. Only the crisp sound of Zhuan's feet touching the ground could be heard in the silent stone hall. It faintly reverberated, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What a strange stone hall. There are clearly lamps lit all around the stone hall, but it seems so quiet. It is as if no one has ever been inside. Zhuan could not help but mutter as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. At this moment, Xiaohei on Zhuan's shoulder was concentrating on releasing its divine sense in an attempt to spy on the inside of the stone hall. However, what surprised it was that there seemed to be an extremely powerful restriction in the stone hall that could actually block the probing of its divine sense. "Kid, be careful. This stone hall can actually block this dragon lord's divine sense. From now on, this dragon lord will not be able to help you. You better be careful," Xiaohei on his shoulder said with a grave expression. Hearing this, Zhuan was shocked. He did not expect that there would actually be a restriction in the stone hall that could block out divine sense. Even Xiaohei's divine sense was useless against it. This faintly made Zhuan feel a trace of an ominous premonition. Zhuan was the only one in the enormous stone hall. All he could hear was his own footsteps. Such a strange atmosphere caused Zhuan to involuntarily feel goosebumps all over his body, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. After walking through a long corridor, Zhuan finally arrived at the main hall. The main hall was rather large. The area covered by the lamps was at least 100 feet wide. As for the other areas, Zhuan could not make any guesses due to the pitch-black darkness. At the end of the main hall, there was a huge throne. The throne was completely blood-red, and there were two large skulls hanging on both sides of the armrests. Their dark, empty eyes were staring straight at Zhuowen. It was a very strange sight. As he walked closer, Zhuowen discovered that the blood-red throne was actually built from the huge skeleton of some kind of creature. Piles of white bones were cast. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily frown. At this moment, a majestic figure in blood-red armor sat quietly on the blood-red throne. His right elbow was resting on the skull on the armrest. His left hand was stroking his chin as if he was thinking about something. He was completely unaware of Zhuowen's arrival. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure in blood-red armor on the throne. The figure in blood-red armor was not human. Just sitting there, it was already over 30 feet tall. If it stood up, it would probably be over 10 feet tall. What made Zhuowen even more fearful was that the aura that the figure in blood-red armor gave off was extremely terrifying. It actually faintly suppressed Bai Lin behind him. The figure in blood-red armor was probably even stronger than Bai Lin. Thinking of this, Zhuowen became even more fearful. He could not help but tighten his grip on the weapon in his hand. The figure in blood-red armor in front of him gave him too much pressure. He could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Xiao He, do you know what this guy is? The aura on his body is very terrifying. I feel that it will be very difficult to fight him. Suddenly, Zhuowen softly asked Xiao He, who was on his shoulder. This is the ancient blood clan. They were an extremely famous race in the ancient times. In the ancient times, their numbers were extremely large. They even outnumbered humans by a lot. Back then, they were also much stronger than humans. The ancient blood clan took orders from the blood demon. They were the blood demon's most loyal servants. Xiao He said softly. Ancient blood clan? His brows furrowed. Although he did not know the origins of the ancient blood clan, it was not difficult to deduce from Xiao He's words that the ancient blood clan should have been an extremely terrifying race in the ancient times. How strong is this ancient blood clan? Do we have any hope of dealing with it? Zhuowen softly asked the most pressing question in his heart. The ancient blood clan loves to drink human blood the most. The ancient blood clan in front of us is probably comparable to an ultimate 5-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. As for how strong it is, even I can't tell at the moment, Xiao He said gravely. Clang! Suddenly, the figure in blood-red armor, who was originally sitting on the blood-red throne, stood up. The figure in blood-red armor was wearing a mask, so Zhuowen could not see the creature's true appearance. He could only see a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. Chapter 559. Ugly and Narcissistic Thud. Thud. Perhaps to the blood-armored creature, the human warrior in front of it was nothing more than a feast. I haven't tasted human blood for a long time. I've almost forgotten how blood tastes like. Brat, you've come at the right time. I've decided to let you die painlessly. This is my reward for you. Huh. Soon, the blood-armored creature was 3 meters away from Zhuowen. Its gigantic body was like a small mountain compared to Zhuowen. It looked down at the human below it greedily. The blood-armored creature's right hand, which had sharp claws, slowly reached for Zhuowen's head. It liked to twist off human heads and drink the blood that gushed out. It was a wonderful feeling. However, it soon realized that its sharp claws had grabbed empty air. The human in front of it had somehow dodged its claws at lightning speed. How dare a mere member of the ancient blood clan speak so arrogantly? Even if the blood demon was here today, he wouldn't have the right to make me, Zhuowen, stand there obediently and accept my death. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? A cold smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. The tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in his right hand had already pierced through the void at a critical moment. He suddenly swept towards the blood-armored creature's head and directly struck its mask. Bang! The blood-armored creature didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly attack, and the bone spear struck its mask. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, and the blood-armored creature's mask was instantly shattered, revealing its hideous face. Seeing the face behind the blood-armored creature's mask, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned. He shivered for no reason because the blood-armored creature's face was extremely ugly. Its face was red, and there were many red, oval-shaped protrusions on its skin that almost covered its entire face. They were densely packed together, making it look extremely disgusting and horrifying. What an ugly creature! Stepping in the air, Zhuowen stared at the blood-armored creature's true appearance, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. This blood-armored creature was indeed too ugly. Even though Zhuowen had a good temperament, he could not help but feel nauseous. Ugly? Damned human, you actually dare to insult me like this. You should know that I'm a famous handsome man in the ancient blood clan. You, a brat who stinks of milk, actually dare to call me ugly? You're simply courting death. When the mask was broken, the blood-armored creature became furious, especially when it heard Zhuowen say that it was ugly. The blood-armored creature became even more irritable, and a dangerous arc appeared in its scarlet eyes. Damn it! How could it think of itself as a handsome man when it looked like that? There must be something wrong with its head. Hearing the narcissistic words of the blood-armored creature in front of him and looking at its disgusting face, Zhuowen really had the urge to kill this monster in front of him. It was not that he had never seen an ugly monster before, but it was the first time he had seen one of such a high quality. You damnable human, you'll pay for what you've done later. I'll definitely kill you later. The blood-armored creature cursed without any elegance. Then, under Zhuowen's strange gaze, it actually took out a blood-red mirror from its armor and pretended to look at itself. Io, this seat's handsome, unparalleled, soft and smooth skin was almost ruined by a damned human like you. Fortunately, you didn't cut this seat's skin. Otherwise, this seat would definitely teach you a lesson. Looking at itself in the mirror, the blood-armored creature actually said narcissistic words that made Zhuowen's stomach turn again. F*CKU. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault that you're ugly and narcissistic. Get lost to hell as soon as possible. Zhuowen really could not stand the narcissistic words and actions of the blood-armored creature. Black lines appeared on his forehead as he attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he would not lose his integrity if he continued watching. Whoosh! The blood-armored creature was quite alert. It stomped its foot and turned into a bloody shadow, dodging Zhuowen's attack. Then, the blood-red mirror in its right hand suddenly smashed toward Zhuowen's head. His brows furrowed slightly. The crimson-armored creature was quite powerful, and its reaction speed was quite fast. It was able to dodge his attack with ease, and it was even able to counterattack in a leisurely manner. Zhuowen held the bone spear with both hands and blocked the blood-red mirror that the blood-armored creature had thrown at him. With a dull sound of metal clashing, Zhuowen felt his hands sink. He grunted and involuntarily took a dozen steps back. What a rude human. How dare you sneak attack me? Looks like you'll really think I'm a freeloader if I don't teach you a lesson. The blood-armored creature narrowed its eyes as a trace of coldness appeared in its voice. Clearly, Zhuowen's actions had completely infuriated it. Boom! The blood-armored creature stomped its foot, and the powerful force almost directly cracked the ground. It immediately turned into a huge, bloody shadow that shot towards Zhuowen. Die for me! A fist that was about 10 feet in size mercilessly descended from the sky and smashed towards Zhuowen's head with a whooshing sound. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly when he sensed the powerful might in the creature's fist. This strike had completely surpassed the might of a 4-wheel Ultimate King Realm cultivator. It had probably reached the level of a 5-wheel Ultimate King Realm cultivator. With Zhuowen's current strength, he would definitely pay a heavy price if he was struck by this strike. Bai Lin, come and block it for me. Without further ado, Zhuowen summoned Bai Lin. Bai Lin, who was dressed in a white shirt, immediately stood in front of Zhuowen. Bai Lin also threw a punch, which directly clashed with the blood-armored creature. Boom! 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 The two fists collided. Instantly, countless ring-shaped waves of air surged out. The surrounding space shattered into pieces, and the sound of glass shattering rang out continuously. Zhuowen had hurriedly retreated several dozen meters away when Bai Lin blocked the blood-armored creature's attack. He looked at Bai Lin and the blood-armored creature with lingering fear. Thump! 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 Hmm? There's actually a human with such a terrifying body? How rare. The blood-armored creature squinted its eyes as it stared ahead. Bai Lin, who was dressed in a white robe, was shocked. The ancient Blood Clan was known for their strong physical bodies, and they had an advantage over humans. Although the blood-armored creature had been trapped in the land of blood demons' inheritance for tens of thousands of years, it had seen many humans who had entered the land of inheritance. It knew that humans relied on the power of heaven and earth and other strange energies to obtain their strength. They did not rely on their strong physical bodies like the blood-armored creature. However, the white-robed human in front of it was different. The strength of his physical body was abnormal, and it was not inferior to the blood-armored creatures. This was something that the blood-armored creature had never expected. It could not imagine how a human ancient martial art practitioner could have such a strong physical body. Of course, if the blood-armored creature knew that Bai Lin was a puppet, it might not be so shocked. However, Bai Lin's appearance was too realistic, and under Zhuan's control, the lifeless look in his eyes was hidden. He looked like a living human. Bai Lin stood at the other end without saying a word. His eyes were still filled with calmness. Hey, no matter what, two human ancient martial art practitioners have appeared at once. That's enough for me to eat. Now, I'll start with you, Gigolo. Then, I'll take care of that Rubrat. The crimson-armored creature grinned, and with its hideous appearance, many children would be frightened to tears. However, the crimson-armored creature didn't seem to be aware of this. It even brushed its sparse red hair and struck a pose that would make one want to puke. Boom! After getting into position, the crimson-armored creature suddenly pulled out a massive crimson axe and rushed toward Bai Lin in large strides, its aura surging to the extreme. Under Zhuan's command, Bai Lin also strode towards the blood-armored creature. He was not to be outdone. Boom! 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 In an instant, the blood-armored creature and Bai Lin were entangled in a fight. In an instant, earth-shattering explosions sounded continuously in the hall. Countless shockwaves turned into spirals and spread in all directions. Bang! 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 Huge stone pillars collapsed one by one from the shockwaves of their battle. Almost half of the large hall was reduced to dust. It looked extremely desolate and run down. What a terrifying battle. This is already the 5th round of a battle between Ultimate Emperor Realm martial art practitioners. I can't interfere at all. A trace of shock appeared on Zhuan's face as he watched the two figures fight in the center. The strength that the two of them displayed far exceeded his. Even an ordinary attack was comparable to his strongest attack. If he was swept into this battle, he would probably be severely injured even if he did not die. Kid, Bai Lin is at a disadvantage. That blood-armored creature is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that it is considered to be one of the most talented geniuses in the ancient Blood Clan. Its physical body is terrifyingly tough. Even Bai Lin is having a hard time dealing with it. Suddenly, Blackie said with a serious expression, "What? Bai Lin is at a disadvantage?" Zhuan frowned when he heard this. Indeed, Bai Lin was retreating from the battle in the center. It seemed like he was losing his strength. Boom! One of the two figures who were fighting in the air was suddenly sent flying backward and crashed into the ground of the stone hall, forming a huge crater. The figure in the crater was Bai Lin in his white robes. At this moment, Bai Lin was in a sorry state. Hee, human martial art practitioner, your body is indeed strong. However, compared to me, you are still far from it. Now you should die. Chapter 560. The cowardly member of the Blood Clan in the deep pit, Bai Lin stood up in a sorry state. Facing the blood axe in the sky, there was no fear on his face. He was originally a puppet and did not have any human emotions. Naturally, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Zhuan, who was not far away, frowned slightly. The blood-armored creature's blood axe was indeed powerful. It was even more powerful than Bai Lin's. If Bai Lin was hit by it, he would probably be severely injured. Zhuan's eyes flickered. He threw the bronze coffin in his left hand away. Bai Lin was now a great help to him, and he could not let him be destroyed just like that. After all, If he was destroyed, he would need a lot of time and resources to repair it. It would be extremely disadvantageous to him. A green light flashed, and the bronze coffin suddenly appeared in front of Lin. Then, the green light shone brightly, and the bronze coffin expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew from a few feet in size to a few hundred feet in size. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens. The blood-red axe swept through the air in a blood-red arc. The moment it appeared, it struck the bronze coffin viciously. Immediately, the blood-red and azure light surged through the entire hall, vaguely dividing the hall into two different regions. Countless bursts of air exploded in all directions. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The blood axe, which was like a hot knife through butter, shattered into countless blood-red pieces the moment it hit the bronze coffin. What? What is this? How could it shatter my personal weapon? The blood-armored creature's mouth was slightly agape. It looked at the bronze coffin with fear in its eyes. The hardness of its blood axe was not weaker than an earthly soul treasure. Even if it wanted to shatter the blood axe, it would not be that easy. However, the blood axe had been shattered by the sudden appearance of this bronze coffin. This had truly shocked its teeth out. Oomph. No matter what it is, since it dared to shatter my personal weapon, I will shatter it directly. The crimson-armored creature seemed to be a little stubborn. Seeing that its crimson axe had been destroyed, it immediately vented its anger on the bronze coffin below. Although the aura of the bronze coffin made it a little wary, it was still quite confident in its own power. Whoosh! The blood-armored creature took a step forward in the air, and its hand, which was covered with spikes, smashed downwards without hesitation. The powerful force almost caused the air to sizzle, and the surrounding space was distorted. Blood chi was boiling. What was going on? My hand. When the crimson-armored creature finally crashed into the bronze coffin, the sinister smile on its face slowly faded. It was replaced by intense fear, as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing in its life. This was because he discovered that not only was his strength unable to do anything to the strange bronze coffin in front of him, the green light on the surface of the coffin was like maggots that latched onto his arm. Waves of terrifying, corrosive power spread out, and his right arm instantly disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! The crimson-armored creature let out a blood-curdling howl as it hurriedly escaped from the bronze coffin. Droplets of blood fell from the sky like cherry blossoms, creating a terrifying sight to behold. From a moment the crimson-armored creature came into contact with the bronze coffin to the moment it lost its arm, only half a breath had passed. Before Joan could react, the crimson-armored creature had already lost an arm and retreated a few hundred meters away with a pained and horrified look on its face. This is the bronze coffin so powerful? It actually broke the crimson-armored creature's arm the moment it came into contact with it. Joan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as a trace of astonishment surfaced on his face. Although the bronze coffin was a heavenly soul treasure, it was merely a support-type soul treasure. No matter how high the quality of such a soul treasure was, it was unlikely for its offensive power to be so incisive. After all, the crimson-armored creature was a powerful existence that could suppress Lin in all aspects. However, it had lost an arm the moment it came into contact with the bronze coffin. Joan was both surprised and delighted at this moment. It's not that the bronze coffin is powerful, but that the bronze coffin seems to be extremely effective against the ancient Blood Clan. It can be said that it's the nemesis of the Blood Clan. This is also why the unlucky Blood Clan member's arm was completely corroded when he came into contact with the coffin. And if it weren't for the fact that the Blood Clan member reacted quickly enough, it wouldn't have just lost an arm. Xiaohei appeared on Zhuan's shoulder at this moment with a sly smile on her face. A sliver of understanding appeared on Zhuan's face when he heard that. Soon after, a sly smile similar to Xiaohei appeared on his face. The man and dog looked at each other and smiled, before looking at the fearful crimson-armored creature with ill intentions. The crimson-armored creature seemed to sense their gazes. It turned around and immediately saw the man and dog staring at it from not too far away as they constantly sneered. In particular, Xiao Hei's smile was extremely lewd, to the point that the crimson-armored creature almost wanted to rush over and CK it up. However, the crimson-armored creature held back in the end. After staunching the wound on its right arm, it coldly said to Xiao Hei, who was on Zhuan's shoulder, "It's fine if human warriors laugh at me, but you, Xiao Hei, who came out of nowhere, actually dare to laugh at me. Do you believe that I won't roast you and eat dog meat?" Xiao Hei, eat dog meat. When the crimson-armored creature spat out these two somewhat insulting words, the lewd smile on Xiao Hei's face froze on Zhuan's shoulder. All of its fur stood on end, and a rare, human-like expression of anger appeared on its tanned face. Fuck! This Lord Dragon is a supreme member of the Dragon Clan. How dare you, a mere member of the Blood Clan, treat this Lord Dragon like a black dog? This is unforgivable. Brat, give me the bronze coffin and CK it up. Immediately, Xiao Hei became flustered and exasperated. Its eyes were filled with anger and indignation. Its little paw pointed at the huge, crimson-armored creature in front of it and scolded it shamelessly. Its words were extremely vicious, and it basically used the crimson-armored creature's ugly flaws to criticize it. Fuck, a Xiao Hei dog actually dares to insult me. You must be tired of living. I will definitely kill you today and eat dog meat tonight. As if its sore spot had been poked, the crimson-armored creature roared angrily. With a stomp of its foot, it suddenly shot toward Zhuan. Its angry roars continuously resounded throughout the stone hall. Seeing the crimson-armored creature rushing towards him, Zhuan's expression changed slightly. He immediately ordered Bai Lin, who was not far away, to throw the bronze coffin over. With a flash of green light, it immediately landed in Zhuan's hand. At this moment, the bronze coffin had already shrunk back to its original size. It was held in Zhuan's hand like a shield. Seeing the bronze coffin in Zhuan's hand, the crimson-armored creature, who was originally charging towards him, immediately became terrified. It could not help but curse in its heart. It hurriedly turned around, wanting to get away from Zhuan. Brat! Don't let this bastard go. I must kill him today. How dare he call this Lord Dragon a dog? He must be tired of living. Xiao Hei shamelessly hooted on Zhuan's shoulder. However, she sat calmly on Zhuan's shoulder and did nothing. Without needing Xiao Hei's instructions, Zhuan had already moved. He instantly caught up with the crimson-armored creature that had turned around. With a swing of his left hand, he threw the huge bronze coffin directly at the crimson-armored creature. With a shrill howl, the crimson-armored creature fell to the ground, crying for its parents. The ground cracked, and a huge crater that was tens of feet deep was created. In the middle of the crater, the crimson-armored creature's back had already been corroded, and there was a huge hole in it. Don't even think about escaping. You'll just die here today. Zhuan's face was emotionless. Since he knew that the bronze coffin was so effective against this ancient member of the Blood Clan, Zhuan naturally had to make good use of it. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the crimson-armored creature. The bronze coffin that was ready to attack mercilessly attacked. Bang! 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 In just an hour, the crimson-armored creature in the stone hall had been hit by the bronze coffin nearly 30 times. It was extremely miserable every time. The crimson-armored creature's body had basically been corroded by the power of the bronze coffin. Many parts of its body were exposed, revealing skin that was covered in red spots. It looked extremely disgusting. At the same time, the crimson-armored creature's injuries were extremely severe. His skin was torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Green blood flowed continuously from his wounds, making him look extremely hideous and miserable. Sirs, please spare my life. I shouldn't have offended Lord Dog just now. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that the two sirs will let this lowly one off. This lowly one knows that the two sirs are planning to go to the 9th level. Don't worry, this lowly one will immediately open the path to the 9th level for the two sirs. Seeing that he was completely restrained by the bronze coffin, the crimson-armored creature knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Thus, he knelt down and begged for mercy. This fellow, seeing the crimson-armored creature kneeling down and begging for mercy, so readily, Zhuowen and Xiao He couldn't help but be stunned. When this ancient member of the Blood Clan first appeared, he was so domineering and majestic. He looked like an expert. Now that he was defeated, he was begging for mercy so easily. The contrast between before and after was too great. Brat, let's just kill this member of the Blood Clan. Keeping this thing alive is also a disaster. Why don't we just send him to hell? That might be a good choice for him. Xiao He harumphed coldly. She hated the Blood Clan very much. That's true. After killing you, the entrance to the 9th stage will automatically open. There's no use keeping you alive at all, so you should just die. Nodding his head, Zhuowen's face grew colder. He slowly raised the bronze coffin in his hand and was about to kill the crimson-armored creature. Don't kill me. I can provide you with some important information. I know that you want to enter the core area of the Blood Demon's inheritance land. However, there's already a human warrior guarding the core area. I'm afraid that you won't be able to get anything if you go in. If you let me go, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. As Zhuowen slowly raised the bronze coffin above his head, the crimson-armored creature finally couldn't stand the fear of death and told him the secret that he had never mentioned before. What? There's a human in the Blood Demon's inheritance land? How is that possible? Are you lying? Zhuowen's eyes flickered and suddenly became extremely cold. Chapter 561. Another human. Xiao He, can we believe what this guy says? After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen still wanted to ask for Xiao He's opinion. I'm not sure either. However, you have the bronze coffin that can suppress the Blood Clan. I don't think this little Blood Clan member will dare to do anything. It's not impossible for you to go to his cave abode, Xiao He said after thinking for a while. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this, and then he kicked the blood-armored being and said, "Lead the way. I still have to go to the core area of the Blood Demon's land of inheritance. Don't waste my time." Yes. Don't worry. My residence is in this stone hall. We'll be there soon." The blood-armored creature heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhuowen was not going to kill him. He quickly put on a flattering smile and lowered his head. As he spoke, the blood-armored creature hurriedly went to the throne in front of him and chanted a few cryptic words. Suddenly, the blood-colored throne shattered, and a cave that was as tall as a person appeared underneath. It looked extremely deep and serene. "Just follow me, sirs." As he spoke, the blood-armored creature went into the cave. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he followed him into the cave. The cave was not long. After a while, Zhuowen followed the blood-armored creature to the end. There was a rather spacious space at the end. There were many decorations inside, and a huge bone bed sat in the middle of the space. This must be the blood-armored creature's bedroom. You really know how to enjoy life. You actually made such a place below the stone hall. Xiao He narrowed his eyes and sneered. The blood-armored creature's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. However, he quickly put on a flattering smile and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you. This is just a cave abode that I made in the past. It can avoid the surveillance of the one in the core area. This is also the reason why I brought you in." "The one in the core area?" Zhuowen immediately caught a hint of strangeness from the blood-armored creature's words. He quickly asked, "Is the one in the core area the soul of the Blood Demon?" You actually know that Lord Blood Demon is in the core area?" Zhuowen's sudden mention of the soul of the Blood Demon stunned the crimson-armored creature. It couldn't help but stutter. The fact that the Blood Devil's soul was hidden in the Blood Devil inheritance was a top secret. Aside from the creatures in the trial, it was impossible for outsiders to know about this secret. Otherwise, human experts would have already come to eliminate the Blood Devil's soul in the Blood Devil inheritance. The soul of the Blood Devil really exists in the core area? Tell me in detail about the Blood Devil's land of inheritance, and what's the deal with the humans you mentioned in the core area? After thinking for a moment, Zhuowen hurriedly asked. Now that its life was in Zhuowen's hands, the blood-armored creature didn't dare lie. It told him everything it knew about the Blood Demon legacy. Zhuowen and Xiao He's expressions darkened as they listened to the crimson-armored creature. It turned out that the Blood Devil's land of inheritance was just a cover. It was actually formed by the soul of the Blood Devil. It was said that 10,000 years ago, when the Vitality Tower was first built, it was used for the disciples of various sects to enter the trial. Its purpose wasn't much different from the current one. However, 10,000 years ago, there were specialized experts controlling the Vitality Tower to prevent the disciples from dying. It wasn't like now, where the cultivators' lives were basically up to the heavens. It could be said that it was extremely safe. However, for some reason, the blood devil that was supposed to be extinct suddenly appeared on the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. It caused a huge massacre in the Vitality Tower. Almost all of the hundreds of thousands of disciples who entered the Vitality Tower died. Only a few managed to escape. It should be known that those who could enter the Vitality Tower to train were basically the elite disciples of various sections. Losing so many elite disciples with potential all at once infuriated countless sections one after another. They sent experts to encircle and annihilate Bloodseeker. Unfortunately, the primordial blood devils were extremely powerful, especially this one. Not only had its strength reached the peak of the Emperor realm, but the hundreds of thousands of sect disciples who had died in the Vitality Tower had all been turned into primordial blood devils. They were all under its control, and it took over the entire Vitality Tower. With the advantage of the Vitality Tower, even if the sect leaders of various sects and dozens of Emperor Realm experts joined forces, they still couldn't break through the Vitality Tower. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. 10,000 years ago, the Eastern Land was ruled by the Ryuka. Every Ryuka disciple could awaken a powerful dragon soul. Their combat strength was far beyond their peers. The Ryuka clan leader had even reached the Saint Realm. In the Eastern Land back then, he was an existence that countless sects respected. Therefore, the various sects had no choice but to ask the Ryuka clan leader for help. In the end, the Ryuka clan leader agreed to help. He only used one move to destroy the countless blood breeds in the Vitality Tower. Even the Blood Devil, whose strength had reached the peak of the Emperor realm, was severely injured by the Ryuka clan leader's move. His body was shattered, and only a wisp of his soul was left. However, the Blood Devil was extremely cunning and had a terrifying concealment technique. Therefore, everyone thought that the Blood Devil was dead. They didn't know that the Blood Devil still had a wisp of his soul. It was just that he hid it very well. Later, the 10,000-year calamity descended. Countless talented experts fell. Among them, the Ryuka clan leader of the Eastern Land was annihilated. Since then, the situation in the Eastern Land changed drastically. The Blue Dragon Hall, which was originally unknown, rose to become the new leader of the Eastern Land. The Vitality Pagoda was also from ancient times. It had been completely preserved until now, and the disaster of the Blood Devil was basically forgotten by everyone. The soul of the Blood Devil that was originally hidden in the 4th floor of the Vitality Pagoda had turned into this Blood Devil inheritance and entered a deep slumber. When it woke up one day, it would bring disaster again. There's actually such a secret. I didn't expect the Ryuka clan leader to be involved in the Blood Devil's calamity. Zhuan's eyes flickered when he heard about the Ryuka clan leader. The Zhua family was a descendant of the Ryuka clan leader. Zhua Xiangbing had told him about the glorious deeds of the Ryuka clan leader. However, he didn't expect the Ryuka clan leader to be so powerful. Even the clan leader was in the Saint Realm. It was indeed terrifying. However, Zhuo knew that the matters of the Ryuka clan leader were too distant for him, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. Instead, he looked at the blood-armored being and asked, "You just said that the Blood Devil in the core area would monitor this space. Has the Blood Devil's soul awakened?" The blood-armored being shook his head and said, "The Blood Devil hasn't completely awakened. He only awakens intermittently. Just now, the Blood Devil was actually in a deep sleep. However, this lowly one was being cautious. After all, if the Blood Devil found out that I told you these secrets in private, I would be dead." After confirming that the blood-armored being wasn't lying, Zhuo nodded and asked the last question. "You just said that there's a human in the core area. Who is that?" "This lowly one doesn't know that person. He's a human warrior who broke into the Blood Devil's inheritance 100 years ago. This person is extremely powerful. He passed through 18 trials in a row and directly reached the core area. Unfortunately, the core area is where the Blood Devil is in a deep sleep. If you want to obtain the Blood Devil's inheritance, you have to defeat the Blood Devil completely. However, the chances of that are very small. However, that person is indeed powerful. Although the Blood Devil did everything he could to devour that person's essence and blood, he didn't succeed. Instead, that person became stronger and stronger. In the end, even the Blood Devil couldn't do anything to that person. This matter has already spread through this space. A rare look of respect appeared on the blood-armored being's face when he mentioned the person in the core area. He didn't expect that such a person could make the Blood Clan, who hated humans, reveal such an expression. 100 years ago, since he can't obtain the inheritance, why doesn't that person come out? Zhuowen asked in confusion. At the same time, he had already guessed who that person was. Although that person is extremely powerful and even the Blood Devil couldn't do anything to him, it's a pity that this space was created by the Blood Devil. If the Blood Devil doesn't want that person to come out, that person can't come out at all unless his strength reaches the Emperor realm. The blood-armored being shook his head. Hearing this, Zhuowen fell into deep thought. According to the blood-armored being, that person had entered the Blood Devil's inheritance 100 years ago. 100 years ago should be during the previous Vitality Tower battle, and there was only one prodigy who chose the Blood Devil's inheritance at that time. Could it be the number 1 prodigy in Muqin County, the one who defeated countless prodigies in Muqin County and caused quite a stir in the Imperial Capital County, Luhan Tian? Xiaohe suddenly asked in confusion. Apart from Luhan Tian, I really can't think of anyone else. However, there are rumors that Luhan Tian died because of the Blood Devil's inheritance, right? Moreover, Lunan Tian once said that Luhan Tian had escaped from the Blood Devil's inheritance and brought out some of the Blood Devil's secret techniques and treasures. However, he died because of his injuries? Zhuowen looked at the blood-armored being with a flattering smile, not far away, but his heart was filled with confusion. What the blood-armored being said was actually different from what Lunan Tian had said. Who was telling the truth? Kid, this Blood Clan member doesn't look like he's lying, and there's no need for him to lie. After all, if he says something wrong, he'll have to pay with his life, Xiaohe suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He also felt that the blood-armored being didn't seem to be lying. However, there were still many suspicious points about Luhan Tian. It was likely that Luhan Tian had concealed a lot of things from Lunan Tian. Perhaps after entering the core area and seeing Luhan Tian in person, you should be able to find out the truth. Xiaohe curled her lips. Yes, it's time to enter the core area. Hurry up and open the passage. Zhuowen nodded and suddenly pointed at the blood-armored being. Chapter 562. Thunder Dragon Wings. The blood-armored being hurriedly made a hand seal to open up the passage to the 9th level. He nodded and bowed to Zhuowen and Xiaohe. Please take care. Zhuowen nodded and ignored the blood-armored creature. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of the center of the cave from the corner of his eyes. He was stunned. Wait! The smile on the blood-armored being's face froze. He could not help but wail in his heart. What's wrong with this guy? If he wants to leave, then leave quickly. Why did he suddenly stop? My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Even though the crimson-armored creature was grumbling to himself, he still put on a warm and fawning smile as he said, Please feel free to tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to accomplish it for you. Zhuowen did not care about the blood-armored being who was trying to curry favor with him. He took a step forward and arrived at the huge bed of bones in the center of the open space. His right hand shone with a golden light as he slammed it down. Instantly, the huge bed of bones shattered into pieces. The smile on the blood-armored being's face froze again. His eyelids twitched when he saw the bed of bones that had been turned into pieces. He almost cursed out loud, but when he saw the bronze coffin on Zhuowen's body, he held himself back in the end. He knew that if he really cursed out loud, the harmless-looking kid in front of him would definitely be the first to kill him. Hence, he cleverly remained silent. However, he was wailing in his heart. Where am I going to sleep in the future? Zhuowen waved his right hand, and a black shadow was sucked into his palm. At a glance, it was just an unremarkable piece of black iron. It looked very ordinary. Could it be? At this moment, Xiao Hei, who was on his shoulder, seemed to have noticed the uniqueness of the metal block. She could not help but exclaim, "I can't be sure yet. Let me check it with my mental strength." Calming down the excitement in his heart, Zhuo Wen's mental energy from his Naiwen palace slowly entered the metal block. After a while, Zhuo Wen slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. As expected, it was one of the 6 wings of wind and lightning. Moreover, it was the 3rd wing of the lightning wings, the lightning dragon wing. I really didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually obtain the lightning wing's 3rd wing in this place. Looks like fate really makes fools of people. Zhuowen could not help saying excitedly. At this moment, Xiao Hei was also filled with excitement. The more complete the 6 wings of wind and lightning were, the more beneficial it would be to the recovery of its origin energy. Compared to Zhuowen, it wanted Zhuowen to obtain a treasure like the Saint Talisman the most. "Hey, how did you get this piece of metal? Do you have any more of this kind of iron?" After coming back to her senses, Xiao Hei hurriedly pointed at the crimson-armored creature not far away. She had no idea why Zhuowen and Xiao Hei were laughing. Seeing that it was her, the crimson-armored creature hurriedly smiled and glanced at the piece of metal. This little one obtained it from a human cultivator who challenged the blood demon inheritance. "This is the only piece I have." After taking a closer look at the crimson-armored creature and confirming that it was not lying, Xiao Hei sent it away and said regretfully, "Looks like this guy only has 1 piece of metal in his cave. What a pity. It's already good enough to obtain 1 piece. It's better than nothing." Moreover, the 6 wings of wind and lightning were scattered tens of thousands of years ago. Being able to find 1 piece is already pretty good luck. I've already found 3 pieces. Perhaps in the future, when the time comes, I might be able to obtain the remaining 3 pieces. Zhuowen shook his head. Hearing this, Xiao Hei nodded in a serious manner. Looks like this dragon lord was a little too greedy. The thunder dragon wings should be the strongest of the thunder wings. If you cultivate it, I'm afraid that there won't be any cultivators in the ultimate emperor realm who can catch up to you. Your speed will be unimaginably fast. A fiery heat surfaced in Zhuo Wen's eyes when he heard these words. If he was able to completely master this lightning dragon wings, even an expert like Su Chong would not be able to kill him easily if he wanted to escape. Since this matter is settled, let's go. After he found the thunder dragon wings, Zhuo Wen's mood was rather good. Thus, he directly withdrew the Bloodfiend command token from his Cosmos pouch and formed a seal. The Bloodfiend command token instantly emitted a blood-red glow that enveloped Zhuo Wen into a blood-red cocoon. There was a teleportation array within the Blood Demon token. This teleportation array was still in an inactive state. Only by reaching the 8th stage of the Blood Demon Inheritance Land and passing through the passage of the 8th stage could the teleportation array be fully activated. Only then could Zhuo Wen rely on the Blood Demon token to teleport directly to the core area. Swoosh! As soon as the blood cocoon was formed, it immediately flew toward the entrance of the bloody vortex and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just now, could it be the Blood Demon token? At this moment, the blood-armored being was completely dumbfounded. He had already recognized the Blood Demon token when Zhuo Wen took it out, but he wasn't sure. However, now that he had seen Zhuo Wenhua disappear into the blood-red vortex in the form of a blood cocoon, he was 100% sure that it was the Blood Devil token. The Blood Demon token is a waste token refined by Lord Blood Demon. How could it appear on a human warrior? Did Lord Blood Demon give it to this human? The blood-armored being frowned. He felt that Zhuo Wen was even more mysterious. First, he had the bronze coffin that was extremely effective against him. Now, he even took out something as rare as the Blood Demon token. Rumble. This was a boundless sea of blood. In the middle of the sea of blood, there was a lone island standing alone. The lone island was tens of thousands of miles wide. The sky above it was filled with a misty, bloody aura that blocked one's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was on the island. Whoosh! Suddenly, A crack appeared in the sky above the dense, bloody aura. From the crack, a blood cocoon that was as tall as a person suddenly flew out and quietly floated above the bloody aura. It was as if a person was silently sizing up the lone island below. Zhuowen stood silently in the blood cocoon. Although it was impossible to see what was inside from the outside, Zhuowen, who was in the blood cocoon, could see everything outside at a glance. Below should be the core area of the Blood Devil's inheritance ground. I really didn't expect there to be such a lone island in this endless sea of blood. It's really quite strange, Zhuowen muttered as he looked down at the lone island from the blood cocoon. Boy, you'd better be careful. I can sense an extremely terrifying existence on this lone island. That existence should be the soul of the blood demon, Xiaohei said with a grave expression. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded cautiously. Soon after, he controlled the blood cocoon to slowly descend. In fact, he was rather looking forward to seeing the Lu Han Tian that the blood-armored being had mentioned. If Lu Han Tian was really not dead, with his terrifying talent, he would definitely be extremely powerful. At the very least, he would be much more powerful than Lu Nan Tian. However, if even such a person could not leave the blood demon's inheritance land, wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to leave? Thinking of this, Zhuowen frowned, and his expression became slightly ugly. He did not want to stay in this damned place for the rest of his life. You don't have to worry. You're the first person to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. The owner of the bronze coffin probably didn't send you here to harm you. Didn't you see how the bronze coffin suppressed the ancient blood clan? I'm afraid that your bronze coffin might be the key to dealing with the soul of the blood demon, Xiaohei suddenly said. Maybe, Zhuowen replied casually. However, he was very clear about his own strength. So what if the bronze coffin could suppress the soul of the blood demon? His strength was still too weak. If he could find Lu Han Tian in the core area and let Lu Han Tian use the bronze coffin to deal with the soul of the blood demon, he might be able to defeat the soul of the blood demon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhuowen's mind. He was indeed very weak, but Lu Han Tian was a heaven's pride from 100 years ago. Such a heaven's pride was already invincible in Muqing County. After 100 years, his strength might have already reached the fourth reverend realm. After all, he was someone that even the soul of the blood demon couldn't do anything to. As long as he had the bronze coffin that could suppress the blood demon, Lu Hantian's chances of defeating the soul of the blood demon would greatly increase. Let's go. Let's enter the isolated island and find Lu Hantian first. He's the key to our escape from the blood demon inheritance. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. It seemed that there was always a way out. He might really be able to decipher the blood demon inheritance. Whoosh! The blood cocoon streaked across the void and instantly descended on the isolated island that was filled with blood chi. This was a vast blood-colored wilderness. The strange thing was that there were roots that were as thick as an arm on the ground of this wilderness. They extended to the four corners of the wilderness and constantly pulsed like the veins of a human body. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Hiss! The blood cocoon slowly dissipated, revealing Zhuowen's slender body. At this moment, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of doubt. This wilderness gave him an extremely strange feeling, especially the blood-colored veins that crisscrossed around him. It was as if Zhuowen was in the internal organs of some unknown giant beast. What a strange place! Zhuowen couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked around. Boy, go ahead and take a look. There seems to be some movement at the corner up ahead. Suddenly, Xiaohei's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately noticed that there was a huge blood-colored hill a few hundred meters away. At the bottom of the hill, there was a winding path that extended to the other side of the hill. The movement that Xiaohei mentioned earlier should be on the other side of the hill. Is there something over there? Zhuowen asked tentatively. This isolated island is very special. It can actually suppress divine sense. I can only sense that there's movement on the other side of the hill, but I'm not sure what it is. You should go and take a look. Xiaohei shrugged. Chapter 563. Surrounded at the corner of the hill was a rather wide plain. The plain was densely packed with blood-red figures. Upon closer inspection, weren't these blood-red figures the ancient blood clan? With a single glance, Zhuowen discovered that there were no less than 100 ancient blood clan members. They constantly roamed the plain, and all of their auras were no weaker than the blood-armored creature that Zhuowen had encountered before. There were even some that were much stronger. Gulp! Zhuowen's throat involuntarily gulped when he saw the terrifying number of ancient blood clan members on the plain. His heart was already filled with shock. These several hundred ancient blood clan members were enough to instantly tear him apart. Even if he possessed the bronze coffin, it was unlikely that he would be a match for these ancient blood clan members. Xiaohei, what should I do now? I never thought that there would actually be so many ancient blood clan members here. Zhuowen said with a slightly pale face as he slowly withdrew his body. At this moment, Xiaohei's expression was extremely grave. She softly said, "We can only go around this plain. There are just too many ancient blood clan members. With your strength, you'll only be courting death if you face them." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He once again observed the group of blood clan members on the plains through the gap. When he discovered that they did not discover this uninvited guest, his heart that was in his throat finally relaxed. After which, he turned around and prepared to leave the plains. However, the moment he turned around, a huge and ugly blood-red face appeared in his line of sight. A pair of blood-red eyes filled with brutality met his gaze. Immediately, the place became eerily silent. At some unknown time, an ancient blood clan member had actually appeared behind him. Zhuowen was completely stunned. A human cultivator? It's actually a human cultivator. Haha, how many years has it been? A human cultivator has actually appeared again. Hee, human, you're mine. Let me suck your essence blood. The ancient blood clan member's appearance was similar to the blood-armored creature in the 8th stage. At this moment, its right claw suddenly slammed down towards Zhuowen's head. It wanted to directly crush Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen never thought that an ancient blood clan member would actually appear at the back of the hill. Even more so, he never thought that this ancient blood clan member would actually directly attack him. You're courting death. Zhuowen's eyes darkened, and he suddenly took out the bronze coffin. With a swing of his hands, the bronze coffin was like a giant door, and it directly smashed into the body of the blood clan member. Countless green lights poured out, and the body was completely corroded. How is that possible? Human, what is that thing in your hand? The powerful corrosive power directly split the blood clan in front of him into two. The upper half of his body that soared into the sky stared at Zhuowen below, his ugly face full of fear. The bronze coffin was a spirit treasure that countered the blood breeds. Now that Zhuowen had unleashed his full power, he was naturally able to kill this ancient blood breeds in an instant. What's going on? There's movement on the other side of the hill. I smell the blood of my own kind. Who dares to kill our ancient blood clan? Go! Let's go and take a look. The battle between Zhuowen and the blood clan ended in the blink of an eye. Although it was not loud, the 5 senses of the ancient blood clan members were far superior to ordinary warriors. Naturally, they could sense the activity on the other side of the hill. In particular, the smell of blood that permeated the air made the group of blood clan members feel that something was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless sounds of air being torn apart converged into a terrifying sonic boom. The several hundred ancient blood clan members on the plains all rushed toward the hill. They were like locusts as they covered the entire sky. It was a spectacular sight. Not good. All the ancient blood clan members in the plains are charging over. Zhuowen, run! Xiaohei suddenly cried out anxiously in his mind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He immediately noticed the countless blood shadows that covered the sky. His face was as pale as snow. Not caring about anything else, he hurriedly opened his thunder serpent wings and thunder flood dragon wings. With a stomp of his feet, he turned into an illusory, lightning shadow and flew straight to the other side. It's a human martial artist. Another human martial artist has intruded into our master's sleeping place. Kill! Kill! All human martial artists deserve to die. This brat even dared to kill our own kind. He deserves to die even more. Frightening sonic booms intertwined in the sky, forming ear-piercing sonic booms. Numerous enormous ancient Blood Clan members noticed Zhuo Wan, who was miserably fleeing. Their eyes turned blood red as they chased after Zhuo Wan at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! How unlucky! I actually encountered the Blood Clan on the way. Looking at the black mass of Blood Clan members behind him, Zhuo Wan's expression was extremely ugly. If not for the Blood Clan member, just now, he would have already stealthily avoided this group of Blood Clan members. It was a pity that his plans could not keep up with the changes. Human, you can't run away. It's really strange. You're so weak, but you actually managed to intrude into our master's sleeping place. How strange. However, you'll soon become my meal, hee. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from not far behind him. Zhuo looked over and was shocked to discover that a huge Blood Clan member was closing in on him at a speed visible to the naked eye. This Blood Clan member was extremely huge, several times larger than an ordinary Blood Clan member. He was probably the leader of this group of Blood Clan members. The aura on his body was much stronger than the other Blood Clan members. He had probably reached the ultimate six-wheel Emperor realm. Whoosh! This huge Blood Clan member took the lead and instantly arrived within 100 meters of Zhuo. Furthermore, the distance between them was constantly closing. Human, obediently accept your death. This Blood Clan member bared his teeth and roared. The blood chi in his hands surged and condensed into a long, double-edged axe that was several feet long. He threw it with his right hand, and the double-edged axe spun violently and smashed directly at Zhuo's back. Zhuo frowned slightly when he heard the sound of something piercing through the air behind him. This Blood Clan member was not done yet. He actually did not want to let him go. He snorted coldly and flipped his right hand. The huge bronze coffin instantly appeared in his hands. He swung it violently, and the air was violently torn apart as it blasted towards the huge double-edged axe behind him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Then, the Blood Clan member was shocked to discover that the double-edged axe that he had thrown out had actually been shattered by the bronze coffin in the hands of the human in front of him. What a strange coffin. I can actually feel a trace of fear from it. The Blood Clan leader frowned slightly and looked at the bronze coffin in Zhuo's hand with fear. He took a step forward and quickly rushed toward Zhuo. After being delayed by the double-edged axe, Zhuo's speed had also greatly decreased, and the Blood Clan leader caught up with him in an instant. Human ancient martial art practitioner, you killed my fellow clan member. Do you think I'll let it go just like that? You'll be buried with my fellow clan member. The Blood Clan leader revealed a trace of a sinister smile on his face. His huge blood claw was like a monstrous wave as it violently smashed towards Zhuo below. Endless blood rays exploded, and the surrounding space collapsed. Damn it! Seeing the Blood Clan leader's blood claw pressing down on him, Zhuo's face revealed a trace of anxiety. If he was delayed by this Blood Clan leader now, it would be too late for him to escape when a group of Blood Clan members behind him caught up. I can only deal with this Blood Clan leader first. If I let him drag this on, I'll be in danger. A trace of cold light flashed in Zhuo's eyes. He did not hold back and swung the bronze coffin fiercely towards the Blood Clan leader. At the same time, the mental strength of the 4th grade Greater Mastery gushed out as he activated the 4th grade Origin Array Infinite Sword Aura to perform 3 major sword moves. Suddenly, the bronze coffin swelled up and became 100 feet tall. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it violently smashed onto the body of the Blood Clan leader. The sword light formed by the Infinite Sword Aura was like a terrifying whirlpool that also enveloped the Blood Clan leader. The Blood Clan leader was not afraid as he violently swung his huge blood claw. Endless blood chi was misty as it directly tore apart the sword light whirlpool formed by the Infinite Sword Aura. Its strength was extremely terrifying. After tearing apart the sword light whirlpool, the bronze coffin that was a few hundred feet tall came one after another and violently pressed onto the body of the Blood Clan leader. "Break for me!" The Blood Clan leader shouted as he stretched out both of his claws. They were like two huge blood mountains as they smashed onto the huge bronze coffin in the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What? This coffin? The moment he came into contact with the bronze coffin, the Blood Clan leader was shocked to find that the green light on the surface of the coffin was like maggots that ate away at the bones. It directly corroded his hands. His arms were instantly eaten clean, and the corrosive force continued to corrode his torso. Damn it! Get lost! The leader of the Blood Clan was both shocked and furious. The intense fear caused him to explode with a terrifying power. He directly shook off the bronze coffin and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteor, he smashed into the ground. What? The leader was actually defeated? That human brat's aura is very weak. Why is the leader in such a sorry state? The countless Blood Clan members that were rushing over from behind also revealed shocked expressions when they saw the Blood Clan leader in such a sorry state. All of you go. Kill that damned human. Otherwise, all of you will die. In the deep pit, the Blood Clan leader's eyes were red as he roared at the sky with unwillingness. The human in front of him was too despicable. He was obviously very weak, but he actually had that strange bronze coffin on him that could restrain his strength. Feeling the Blood Clan leader's monstrous anger, the countless Blood Clan members behind could not help but shiver. Their leader was not a kind person. Even if it was them from the same clan, he would kill them without hesitation. They did not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Kill, kill that human ancient martial art practitioner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon receiving the Blood Kindred leader's order, hundreds of Blood Kindred charged towards Zhuowen, who was not far away, without any regard for their lives. Zhuowen had wasted too much time fighting with the Blood Kindred leader just now, and the Blood Kindred who had fallen behind had already caught up. Instantly, hundreds of Blood Clan members surrounded Zhuowen. They stared coldly at Zhuowen with their scarlet eyes. Damn it, this time, there's really no way out. Looking at the densely packed Blood Clan members around him, Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that he would still be unable to shake off the pursuit of these Blood Clan members. Go, kill the human. Exalted Spirit. Chapter 564. Lu Han Tian, brat, hurry up and summon Bai Lin, then use the bronze coffin to block them. Xiao Hei's furious voice rang in his ears. Without hesitation, Zhuowen opened the lid of the bronze coffin. Bai Lin, who was dressed in white, stood guard beside him. At the same time, the bronze coffin emitted a dazzling green glow, forming a green cage that enveloped Zhuowen. Boom, boom, boom. Countless crimson figures surged forth, creating dazzling sparks. Although the bronze coffin had the ability to restrain the ancient Blood Tribe, the number of Blood Tribe members in the surroundings was too large. Even the bronze coffin was unable to withstand it. Bang! Instantly, a hole was smashed open in the cyan cage, and an ancient Blood Clan member snuck in with a sinister smile. Just as he was about to pounce on Zhuowen, a white figure dashed over, and Bai Lin blocked this ancient Blood Clan member's path. A great battle was about to break out. Bai Lin and the ancient Blood Tribe members immediately engaged in a bloody battle. Strong energy flew in all directions, and the air rose like an inverted waterfall, stirring up countless dust clouds. Bang, bang, bang. A few more holes were torn in the green cage, and another 3 ancient Blood Tribe members charged towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. With a shake of his right hand, the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear streaked across the void, and countless spear shadows greeted them. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, more and more holes appeared in the green cage, and more ancient Blood Tribe members surged in. The pressure on Zhuowen increased. Damn it, if this continues, I will eventually be besieged to death by these Blood Tribe members. Xiao Hei, what should I do? Zhuowen hurriedly asked Xiao Hei for help as he dealt with the Blood Tribe members in a sorry state. There's no other way. We can only fight to the end. If you can't hold on, only death will await you. This dragon lord has no other choice. Xiao Hei's helpless voice sounded in his mind. Hearing that, Zhuowen's face became even gloomier. Even Xiao Hei had no other choice. It seemed that he could only continue fighting. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Rumble. A strange sound was heard. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he discovered that Bai Lin was being attacked by dozens of ancient blood clan members at the same time. His powerful body was being torn into pieces. With Bai Lin's death, the pressure on Zhuowen became even greater. Now, Zhuowen was basically fighting with his life on the line. He had used all of his trump cards, but he was still forced to retreat under the siege of so many blood clan members. Countless terrifying wounds appeared on his body, and blood kept flowing out. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was forced into a desperate situation, a blood spear hundreds of feet long shot up from the ground. A powerful aura erupted from the blood spear like a volcano. The surrounding air flowed upwards like an upside-down waterfall, creating thousands of ripples. The blood spears swept past Zhuowen, and countless spear shadows shot out in all directions like rain. They were like the most terrifying hidden weapons in the world, accurately shooting into the bodies of countless ancient blood clan members in the surroundings. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. The surrounding blood breeds froze on the spot. Their faces were filled with terror, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, blood gushed out from the sky along with anguished wails. It gathered into a long snake-like stream in the sky. Then, it dripped down, turning into a dense curtain of rain. Hundreds of terrifying ancient blood clan members were instantly killed at this moment. So powerful. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the rain of blood in the sky and the hundreds of ancient blood clan members who had died. Hundreds of ancient blood clan members who were at least at the ultimate four-wheel emperor realm had all died in an instant. What kind of strength did this require? The blood spear cut through the void and tore apart the curtain of rain. It stood silently in the sky like a huge rainbow bridge that stretched across the horizon. A figure stood quietly on the blood spear with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked very imposing. However, when Zhuowen saw this person's face clearly, he was stunned. This person's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, his face was greasy and dirty, and he looked like a beggar. Such an image, with his hand behind his back, his head held high, and his chest puffed out. He put on the image of an expert, and it looked rather out of place. However, what shocked Zhuowen was that this person's aura was as vast as the sea and as deep as the abyss. He could not see through it at all. He knew that this person's cultivation far surpassed his. Moreover, he could faintly sense that this person's aura was much stronger than the strongest person in Muqin County, Lu Nantian. Zhuowen could not help but feel indescribably shocked by this discovery. Kid, wasn't that move cool? The man on the blood spear seemed to be still trying to create the image of an expert. At this moment, he was looking straight ahead. His gaze was blurred, his chin was raised high, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed. He looked like he was the most powerful person in the world. However, his sloppy appearance was extremely strange no matter how one looked at it. However, Zhuowen almost burst out laughing. However, on the surface, he still cooperated and said, "Cool. Senior's really too cool." This person's strength was so strong. Moreover, he had clearly acted to save him. Zhuowen had a good impression of this greasy man. At this moment, he took the opportunity to cooperate. At the same time, he flattered him a little. However, in his heart, he was cursing endlessly. I like honest juniors like you the most. This old man did not save you for nothing. What an honest child. The man on the blood spear looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was extremely exaggerated. It seemed that if he did not laugh so loudly, he would not be able to display his aura. With a stomp of his foot, he drove the blood spear in front of Zhuowen. Only then did Zhuowen clearly see this person's true appearance. Although he had greasy hair and a dirty face, and his appearance was sloppy, he had a straight nose, spirited eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. He knew that if this person took care of himself well, he would definitely be a handsome man. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that this sloppy man's facial features were somewhat similar to Lu Nanshan's. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He knew that this sloppy man in front of him was very likely the former #1 prodigy, Lu Han Tian. Senior, thank you for saving my life this time. I am Zhuowen. When the sloppy man came closer, Zhuowen hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. Oh, so your name is Zhuowen. This core area is not a place you can casually barge into. You're so weak, but you were able to reach this area. I'm afraid you have many trump cards on you. The sloppy man looked Zhuowen up and down. When he discovered that Zhuowen was merely an ultimate three-wheel emperor, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. He clearly couldn't understand how someone as weak as Zhuowen had managed to make it to the core zone. Zhuowen did not respond to the sloppy man's words. He had many secrets, so he naturally would not reveal them so easily. Instead, he changed the topic. Senior, you must be the former #1 prodigy of Muqin County, Lu Han Tian, right? After entering the Blood Demon's legacy, I heard from an ancient Blood Clan member that you were still alive. Lu Han Tian? If you were talking about Lu Han Tian, who is handsome and charming, who is loved by everyone, who makes flowers bloom when they see him, who makes girls blush when they see him, and who makes boys feel inferior when they see him, then I am him. When he said that, the sloppy man patted his chest. His face was filled with narcissism, and the corners of his mouth curled into what he thought was an extremely elegant smile, revealing a row of neat teeth. Oh, that should be you. Zhuowen's face darkened when he saw the sloppy man's narcissistic expression. He felt like thousands of horses were galloping through his heart. Lu Han Tian was extremely famous in Muqin County. He was basically a legend to many young geniuses. It was said that Lu Han Tian was the only prodigy who had the qualifications to challenge the top 10 on the Azure Emperor rankings. However, he died after choosing the Blood Demon's legacy, which made many prodigies feel rather regretful. Now that Zhuowen had met such a prodigy who was revered by countless people, he discovered that this guy was actually a narcissist. This left Zhuowen extremely speechless. Although he cursed Lu Han Tian's narcissism in his heart, Zhuowen was rather impressed by the former's strength. This Lu Han Tian was indeed a prodigy. Even in this barren core area, his strength did not decrease. Instead, it increased. He was much stronger than Lu Nan Tian of the House of Marquis Qin. This was the first time that Zhuowen had seen Lu Han Tian in person. Actually, he still had many questions about him. Why did Lu Han Tian insist on choosing the Blood Demon's legacy back then? It was rumored that Lu Han Tian had escaped from the Blood Demon's legacy and brought out a portion of the legacy. However, he died due to his heavy injuries. Obviously, this rumor was completely false. However, there were still many people who believed it. Lu Nan Tian had also tacitly agreed to this rumor. So why did Lu Nan Tian do this? Zhuowen was certain that Lu Nan Tian must know that Lu Han Tian was still in the Blood Demon's legacy. However, why didn't he think of a way to save such a prodigy? Could it be that there was some taboo? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhuowen was letting his imagination run wild, the entire island suddenly trembled. The blood chi above the island boiled and swirled, forming a funnel shape. It constantly condensed and turned into a huge human face that was several thousand feet tall. Lu Han Tian, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. You actually dared to attack this demon's blood clan when this demon was asleep. You're courting death. A majestic voice constantly reverberated between heaven and earth. The ring-shaped sound wave passed through the void and collapsed space, directly blasting towards Lu Han Tian and Zhuowen. Pucci! Zhuowen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but cover his ears with both hands. This sound wave was too powerful. Zhuowen had only just come into contact with it, but he had already suffered heavy injuries. Lu Han Tian frowned slightly. He waved his sleeve, and a powerful energy enveloped Zhuowen, blocking the blood demon's sound wave. His eyes were filled with fear. Oomph. Blood demon. Even if your might was monstrous in the ancient era and your strength was only second to the sage realm, you're just a soul now. It won't be that easy for you to deal with me. However, I have a guest today, so I won't tangle with you. We'll fight another day. As he spoke, Lu Han Tian directly lifted Zhuowen up as if he was lifting up a little chick. He stomped his foot, and a huge blood spear beneath his feet shot out, burrowing back into the ground and disappearing. In the sky, the huge human face didn't make a move. Over the past 100 years, it had fought Lu Han Tian too many times. Although its strength completely suppressed Lu Han Tian, this Lu Han Tian was also a heaven-gifted genius. Moreover, his ability to escape was also top-notch. Therefore, even if it made a move, it wouldn't be able to stop this Lu Han Tian. Another human martial artist came in. That human's aura is too weak. How did he come in? Chapter 565. Talking freely hundreds of meters underground, there was an extremely large space. A stone table, 2 stone stools, and a stone bed were the only decorations in this huge space. Little guy, how did you reach the core area of the blood demon inheritance? With your strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to pass the 18 stages of the blood demon inheritance, right? On the stone stools, Lu Han Tian and Zhuowen sat opposite each other. Lu Han Tian's somewhat sloppy face revealed a rare trace of seriousness. I wonder if Senior has heard of the blood demon token? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Oh, so it's the blood demon token. No wonder you can reach the core area. It's because of the power of the blood demon token. However, entering the blood demon inheritance was a wrong choice. This is a place of trouble. It's easy to enter, but it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to leave. You might even lose your life. After hearing about the blood demon token, Lu Han Tian's face revealed a relieved expression. Clearly, he had heard of the use of the blood demon token. However, he felt pity for Zhuowen. After entering the blood demon inheritance, it would be difficult for him to escape for the rest of his life. Senior, you've been here for almost 100 years. Have you not found a way to escape? Zhuowen frowned and could not help but ask. Lu Han Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, For 100 years, I've been trying to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, it's useless. The only way now is to destroy the slumbering soul of the blood demon. Once the blood demon dies, this space will collapse on its own. Unfortunately, although the blood demon only has a strand of soul left, it's impossible to destroy it without reaching the Emperor Realm. Must I reach the Emperor Realm to destroy the soul of the blood demon? Is there no other way? Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart thumped. It was not so easy to reach the Sovereign Realm. One should know that the Qing Xian Empire was vast, but the Qing Emperor was the only one who had reached the Sovereign Realm. It could be seen how difficult it was to reach the Sovereign Realm. If there's another way, it would be to have the demon-suppressing green coffin left behind by an ancient senior on the peak of Zhongling Mountain. This demon-suppressing green coffin is extremely effective against evil demons like the blood demon. If I have the demon-suppressing green coffin, I can kill the blood demon's soul. However, it's a pity that I didn't manage to cross the final step of Zhongling Mountain. There was no pressure on that final step, and it was a real illusion. I was too young back then, and there was a hole in my heart. Unfortunately, I failed. What a pity. When he spoke up to hear, Lu Han Tian couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Obviously, he felt extremely helpless and regretful for not being able to ascend to the peak of Zhongling Mountain all those years ago. Hearing the words real illusion, Zhuowen couldn't help but think highly of the Lu Han Tian in front of him. No wonder this person was called the peerless genius of Muqing County that appeared once in 100 years. He was actually able to sense that the final step of Zhongling Mountain was a real illusion. Unfortunately, this kind of genius didn't have such a strong heart back then. In the end, he failed at the last step. Senior, perhaps I have a way to help you defeat the blood demon's soul. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally decided to take a gamble. He knew that the demon-suppressing green coffin that Lu Han Tian mentioned should be the bronze coffin on his body. He was too weak, and even if he had the demon-suppressing green coffin, it was impossible for him to be a match for the blood demon's soul. However, the Lu Han Tian in front of him was different. Although this person's strength was not as strong as the blood demon's soul, the blood demon's soul was unable to do anything to this person for 100 years. From this, it could be seen how strong Lu Han Tian was. Therefore, if he wanted to escape from this place, he could only rely on Lu Han Tian. Lu Han Tian shook his head and said, Little fellow, you can't speak carelessly like this. Even I haven't found a way to defeat the blood demon's soul. How can a little fellow like you who stinks of milk do it? Boom. Zhuowen didn't reply. He patted his chinquin bag, and a strand of green light flashed. A bronze coffin that was around 3 meters in size suddenly smashed onto the ground, causing the ground to crack and gravel to float up. Demon suppressing. Green coffin? Originally, Lu Hantian's face was filled with an indifferent expression, but at this moment, when his gaze converged on the bronze coffin that suddenly appeared, he was completely stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Why do you have this demon-suppressing green coffin on you? Lu Hantian was still in disbelief as he stared fixedly at the bronze coffin and muttered, I've climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain before. Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm as he softly said. Lu Hantian's body trembled as he stared at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze and said, No wonder you dare to come to the blood demon inheritance. So it turns out that you've climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain before. Your talent and potential far surpasses mine. It's true that there are talented people in every generation, and the new generation excels the old. Senior is too modest. Junior's current strength is simply insignificant. If I want to leave this place, I will have to rely on Senior. Zhuowen cupped his hands in a rather humble manner. The reason he took out the demon-suppressing green coffin was also a gamble. He was betting on Lu Hantian's character. If this Lu Hantian had evil intentions because of this bronze coffin, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Fortunately, this Lu Hantian wasn't such a despicable person. Huh, good, you're called Zhuowen, right? This demon-suppressing green coffin is a top-grade heaven-ranked spirit treasure. We haven't known each other for long, yet you dare to take out such a precious treasure. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? Lu Hantian suddenly said with a smile. However, Zhuowen laughed and said, Right now, the two of us are trapped in the core area, and the only way is to destroy the blood demon's soul. The demon-suppressing green coffin is indeed powerful, but this brat is too weak, so it's impossible for him to unleash the power of such a treasure. And Senior, you are such a handsome, elegant, lovable, and peerless handsome man. With this demon-suppressing green coffin, you have a very high chance of defeating the soul of the blood demon. I'm only trying to save myself. Hearing this, Lu Hantian immediately laughed out loud and said, Not bad. You brat, you know the big picture and your words are sweet. It's my liking. From now on, you're my Lu Hantian's brother. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll kill them. At this moment, Lu Hantian's smile was extremely lewd and annoying. Furthermore, he casually placed his hand on Zhuowen's shoulder, his face full of enthusiasm. Seeing Lu Hantian's immoral performance, Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines, and he cursed in his heart. However, he could feel the excitement in Lu Hantian's heart. Obviously, he had been trapped here for too long, and now that Zhuowen had brought the demon-suppressing green coffin, it was like a timely rain to him. How could he not be happy? In the future, you don't have to call me Senior. Just call me Big Brother Hantian. We're brothers now, so there's no need to be so formal. Moreover, I, your big brother, am only borrowing your demon-suppressing green coffin for a while. After we escape from here, I'll return it to you. Suddenly, Lu Hantian's expression became serious as he said. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, after taking out the demon-suppressing green coffin, he didn't plan to take it back from Lu Hantian. After all, Lu Hantian's strength was too strong. If he didn't give it to him, Zhuowen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Lu Hantian just had to make a solemn promise to him. This caused Zhuowen to have a higher opinion of the sloppy man in front of him. If Big Brother feels that the demon-suppressing green coffin is useful, you can take it and use it. After all, little brother's strength is weak, and I'm simply unable to unleash the full power of the demon-suppressing green coffin. I'm afraid. Zhuowen was somewhat hesitant. Don't be so wishy-washy. The demon-suppressing green coffin was obtained by you. As Big Brother, I naturally won't take little brother's things. Moreover, this core area contains the place where the soul of the blood demon is sleeping. There are many treasures inside. If we really destroy the soul of the blood demon, the treasures inside will be enough for the two of us to split. There's no need to be so wishy-washy. Lu Hantian shook his head and said with some displeasure. Seeing Lu Hantian so insistent, Zhuowen could only silently nod his head. However, he felt a warm current in his heart. Big brother, with this bronze coffin, how confident are you in defeating the soul of the blood demon? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lu Hantian became serious and said, It should be 60%. The soul of the blood demon is most afraid of the demon suppressing green coffin. With such a treasure, the blood demon won't be able to unleash much of its strength. However, Zhuowen frowned. Even with the demon suppressing green coffin, Lu Hantian only had 60% confidence. It seemed that the soul of the blood demon was indeed terrifying. Zhuowen, I need a period of time to refine the demon suppressing green coffin. During this period of time, you should cultivate and meditate in my cave. I see that you're also a good spear user. That rock wall is your big brother's training room. There are many things that I have left behind. You can take a look. Maybe it will be of some help to you. Also, it's best that you don't leave this cave. Right now, you're too weak. If you're discovered by the soul of the blood demon, you'll definitely die. Remember this. After solemnly instructing him, Lu Hantian took the demon-suppressing green coffin and directly entered a cave in the cave. He prepared to silently refine the demon-suppressing green coffin. At this moment, it involved the soul of the blood demon, so he naturally had no choice but to pay attention to it. Zhuowen did not plan to disturb Lu Hantian. Instead, he looked around the cave. This cave was indeed very simple and crude. Other than the daily necessities, there were no extra decorations. It was just like the life of a caveman. After walking around, Zhuowen finally arrived at Lu Hantian's training room. However, just as he stepped into the door of the training room, a sharp cold light shot out. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He quickly took out his bone spear and placed it in front of his chest to block the cold light. Dang, dang, dang. Retreating more than 10 steps, Zhuowen groaned. The blood and qi in his body boiled. He looked at the entrance of the training room in shock. Could it be that there is someone else in the training room? His expression became serious. Zhuowen was somewhat unwilling to admit defeat. He took a step and once again arrived at the entrance of the training room. Suddenly, an even sharper cold light shot out from the room. At this moment, Zhuowen was already prepared. The bone spear in his hand trembled. Countless spear shadows erupted, directly and accurately blocking the sudden cold light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously resounded in the cave, and sparks flew everywhere. Break for me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.